Fathers podcast is for informational purposes only and should not be considered legal advice. If you are going through the family law court process, particularly as a father, then this podcast may be relevant to what you may experience. Some things we discuss in these episodes may be triggering, and if you suffer from any form of mental health related conditions or subject to domestic or family violence and need any assistance, then please call 1-800-RESPECT and Lifeline. The views and experiences discussed by people on our show are not necessarily the views and opinions of Broken Fathers podcast or their guest speakers. We strongly advise you seek your own independent legal and professional advice, as the Broken Fathers podcast will not be liable, answerable, or accountable for any loss or damage or litigation resulting from discussions on our platform. Right, this podcast is now in session. Hold on, guys. The judge is running late to court. So whilst we wait, I'd like to take this moment to acknowledge our platinum sponsor, Straight Up Construction. At Straight Up Construction, they take pride in delivering high-end work across every trade. From new builds to renovations, no job is too big or too small. Director Luke Miller and his dedicated team tackle every project with integrity, hard work, honesty, and a commitment to delivering superior quality results every time. Straight Up Construction is built on the belief that strong foundations matter just as much in the bones of a home as they do in the heart of one. Families should stand strong, and every loving parent should maintain their right to be a part of their children's lives. Straight Up Construction believes that in true Aussie spirit, everyone deserves a fair go. That's why we're proud to have Straight Up Construction as our platinum sponsor. With their support, we continue to produce the Broken Fathers podcast and shine a light on the struggles of men who have been let down by the system. Good morning, listeners and viewers, and welcome back to the Broken Fathers podcast. I'm your host, Percy. On today's episode, I'm joined with Chris Ward, a 35-year-old broken father from Hobart who's currently working in the federal government. He's also joined here with his fiancée, Jem Ward, who works as a nurse. They do have their little one here today, so to all my YouTube viewers, you might see her disappear and reappear. They're just looking after the little one, but they join me here today. Welcome, bro.
Thanks, Percy.
No. Mate, always want to acknowledge, I do have a lot of guests that fly from other states. They spend time out of their own day. They spend money out of their own pocket to come up here. So I do want to acknowledge that because I appreciate it, and I think my viewers and followers appreciate that too. So thank you. Mate, before we jump into the deep end and the circus and the negative vortex that I call the family court system, mate, I'd like to get to know a little bit about my guests, where they grew up and what life was like for Chris.
Yeah. Firstly, thanks for putting this platform out. It was a pleasure coming up. But
Thanks, bro.
yeah, onto my background. I was obviously born in Tasmania, born in Hobart, the eldest of four. The school I went to, and the area I grew up in was probably on the rough side of Tassie. Yeah, it was pretty rough. But my parents were together. I had a loving family. From that aspect. Obviously, my earliest memories playing football, Aussie rules. Down there, I don't know if you've heard of that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was probably maybe 4 years old, and I remember just going to footy oval, wanting to play footy real bad. They didn't have Auskick or anything back then, so it was under 8s. I remember these play 8-year-olds were freaking monsters, like what you are to me now. And I just cried that whole training session. I cried my eyes out. Dad hits me up afterwards and says, "You don't have to come back." But no. I said, no, I'm coming, and I'm crying every week, and you're going to watch. So I kept coming back to footy, got maybe one touch that whole year, and then was just obsessed with footy from then on. There was a lot of, obviously, fights in the area, in the school. I remember sticking up to bullies in grade 2. I remember, I copped a bit of a slacking at school, spoke to Dad about it, went in the next day, grabbed a few of my mates, and we kicked the shit out of this dude. So he never came back, but his mum came in and had a crack at me during religion. That was probably one aspect of it, sort of sticking up to bullies. And again, there was other times where, like, I was on a bus home with the local high school, and kids would hold a knife to me, tell me don't move or I'm going to stab you, sort of stuff.
Yeah, well.
And you just sort of, like I am now, tense as hell. And then you're not going to stab me, are you? And then
I thought Tasmania was. I've been there once with my mum because she loves it down there. We're going to move there when we're young, but too cold, arthritis, carpal tunnel.
Yeah. Yep.
I thought man, it was just this beautiful little green patch.
It is for 90% of it. Yeah,
You're just in that 10% part.
You ever watched that show Bogan Hunters back in the day from Fat Pizza Guys? Well, 3 of the top 5 are from Bridgewater. So that's where I went to school. So this is just where I was. But we lived outside of the area. But I was exposed to that area quite a lot. There was obviously drug abuse, broken homes everywhere. Kids just never saw their dads. And I had to sort of make peace with that as a kid growing up.
Yep.
And obviously just that sort of skitsy bogan sort of attitude that doesn't make them bad people. They can't help their upbringings and things like that. And I don't regret it. And I think it's good to have that exposure because it settled me up well for life. Obviously, being the eldest, I was a bit of a rule enforcer. So, mum and dad went out. I was looking after the rest of them. Who's doing the dishes today? Oh, you are. All right, let's fight about it. Now you are. Bit of pull out the Rock's elbow, bit of WWF, a bit of a choke slam, or the last ride was a good one on a few pillows. Yeah, so I enforced the rules at home. I was also like the techie guy, so if dad wanted sound systems set up or the computers sorted out, that was me. So schooling, I was a straight A student, like you mentioned too, for primary school. Like I stood up to the bullies. The teachers like that. Yeah, the teachers like that. Grade 7 student of the year. So grade 6, then you go to 7 where it's like 4 times the size, much bigger high school. Student of the year. And then downhill from there, just too obsessed with making friends, being a joker. That was pretty much every class. Even like music, for instance, I'd played piano since grade 3.
Oh, wow.
I failed music. I'd failed religion, and I'd been doing religion since prep. The book doesn't change. Dad used to say, "How could you fail religion?" But I was just driven with footy, being funny. Had a footy in my hand every single day, bouncing it, and just sticking up to I had a sharp tongue. So if the local riffraff was sort of being pests, I'd maybe say something, cop a bit of a push and shove, and have a laugh about it, and we kind of got along like that.
Yep.
Obviously played a bit of music. The piano I got forced into because Grandma used to play the piano, but that's paid off. And obviously sports. So I played footy in the winter in Tassie. Trained for footy all summer, but also played a bit of like lawn bowls with Dad randomly because gave cricket a go. It was boring to play, but so Dad's like, we're not hanging around the streets. Come do what I'm doing, and that ended up being lawn bowls. And my brother ended up actually dominating lawn bowls. Actually.
Yeah, wow.
So that was kind of interesting to get into that. I only had like sort of 1 or 2 mates because we lived out of that area, even though we went to school in that area. We were really close with brothers. I'd just kick the footy, like I said, WWF. Yeah, we were wrestling, but it was usually fun more than anything. And the jobs I had were I'd referee soccer, which was probably backfired every now and then because some people get quite passionate. And I delivered catalogues around the local area, and also I used to burn PlayStation games. $10 a game, I could burn it for you. Shane Warne 97 was the top seller. And
Tony
Shane
Hawk?
Warne 99, yeah, Tony
Tony Hawk,
yeah,
yeah.
all those games. I'd hire them from the video store and burn them because I knew computers, and then sell them on the sly. So I was a pirate. Cool. That's pretty much that bit.
Mate, real quick, mum and dad still together?
Yeah, they're still together now.
Awesome.
Yep. So I was just probably move on to that now. It's a good one to move on to.
It's your story, man.
So probably my father is worth mentioning now. He grew up obviously in far south Tasmania, on an apple orchard.
Oh yeah.
I'd say he lived like 1,000 lives before he met Mum. His first marriage was actually to an army woman, and they left Tasmania. She joined the army. He couldn't have kids due to some medications he'd taken as a kid, basically. So I'm a test tube baby, me and the rest of them. I think they dropped some coffee in me, or they were making me or something. But so they adopted actually. His first marriage, they adopted two boys. He travelled around the country with them for a little bit, and I just remember this vividly, and you don't appreciate it until you're going through it yourself. But he just remembers. I just remember him telling me he came home from work one day. He was an orderly at a hospital over in WA, and it was all gone. Everything was gone. The house was gone. Sorry, everything in the house was gone. There was no toilet paper to wipe his ass. There was no spoon to eat his soup. He was telling me, and it all began for him there. He moved into a shed, basically. Started correspondence, letters, went broke pretty quick. She moved back to Tasmania, working for a judge.
Oh, no.
Didn't stand a chance. And then he moves back to Tasmania just to try and salvage whatever he can with my stepbrothers. Oh, they're half brothers, but I just grew up calling them steps. So he's obviously followed them back to Tasmania, and there he meets my mum through his sister. It turns out they're both from the same hometown anyway, and mum always knew of him and my dad's family because they were sort of like trouble. So I've got two older half brothers, maybe 10 to 15 years older than me.
Yep.
One of them's passed away now, unfortunately, but my oldest one's still alive. And just what I remember from that is they lived up the north of the state, and we lived in Hobart. It's only like 180 k's, but that's a lot in Tassie. It's not like on the mainland. I saw him maybe twice a year, if that, for probably a week. And that younger one who potentially wasn't conscious enough to know what was going on when the separation first occurred, he had a lot of trouble. He'd come down, he'd freak out and blame dad for leaving. He would skits out, drink all the alcohol in the house. Not that there was much alcohol, but as a 13-year-old kid, punching durries too, sort of thing. Really, really lashed out emotionally at mum. And then quite often we'd be driving him back up to Launceston at a handover spot. That wasn't halfway. It was closer to her house than our house. Yeah. And there was 5 of us crammed into a little Honda XL. Or 6 of us.
The XL,
yeah. The Honda XL, just to get him back because that's what he wanted. You know what I mean? I just remember that. I still loved him, but I just didn't know him. And I'd speak to dad at times, like, why do they behave like that? And he'd say, well, they're not my boys, really. I haven't raised them. So, like, they're not into sport. They didn't get into sport, whereas dad forced me to do lawn bowls even. Some sort of sport I had to do. And then other things that, you don't notice it until you're going through it. Like, Father's Day, he wouldn't get a phone call. His birthday, he wouldn't get a phone call from him. Gifts that they'd make for Father's Day that they would give to the stepfather or the new boyfriend at the time that they're telling him about, and it would break his heart.
Yeah.
And you don't know it as a 10-year-old, 11-year-old kid. And now I look
Looking
back and I'm like, how the fuck did he make it through? Yeah. And because they were adopted as well, it's like you've almost promised to look after them as a unit. Yeah. I remember that he had a lot of issues. Sort of come to terms with that. Anyway, then sort of, but in a positive tone, he said, well, he's better the second time round with us kids. Got us into the sports, put us into the best school they could kind of get. It was a Catholic school, but like Catholics, like a charitable Catholic school. It's not like you're paying thousands and thousands of dollars. Yeah, it was more you pay what you can afford. And yeah, that's basically his backstory.
Hey guys, just a quick shout out to our gold sponsors. MCH Industries are a mining maintenance specialist company supplying solutions to the coal mining industry in the Bowen Basin and regional New South Wales. They supply superintendents, supervisors, leading hands, diesel fitters, tyre fitters, auto electricians, HV electricians, and trade assistants to assist. The mining one-stop shop for mechanical trades. MCH Industries are always looking for good blokes to jump on the team, so check out their Instagram for more details. And are you looking to buy, sell, or invest in real estate? There's only one name that's been leading the way for over 123 years, Ray White. Ray White isn't just another real estate brand. It's a family business built on ambition, trust, and leadership. Today, it stands as the largest real estate group in Australasia, connecting people with homes and investments across the country. Whether you're a first-time buyer, a seasoned investor, or looking for that perfect home, Ray White is committed to delivering authentic, local expertise. Because real estate isn't just about properties, it's about people, communities, and futures. And when it comes to trusted leadership, meet Alex Ilyan, an ex-Army veteran turned dedicated real estate agent. Alex knows what it means to serve, to strategize, and to get the job done. Whether you're looking to buy, sell, or just have questions, Alex is here to guide you every step of the way, servicing the Geelong, Bellarine, and Surf Coast areas. Ray White, the name you can trust in real estate.
So then, cracking on at football at 13, I began to start playing in my age group. I dropped back to my actual age. And I started to sort of dominate. I was the ruck, believe it or not, which is like the tallest guy. And then started making the representative teams, and I just became obsessed with training, like every day, push-ups, running, sit-ups, hill sprints, and then stretching every night. It was like my mum would say, "You're obsessed. There's something wrong with you," and that kind of set the tone for pretty much the next, well, until now, pretty much really, and even family court. So I became quite an obsessive personality with stuff.
Addictive personality, or
I'd say probably obsessive
yeah,
more so.
okay.
Yeah, just if I didn't go for a, if I didn't think I
Routine.
played a good enough footy, I'd go for a run when I come home.
okay.
Or if I ate junk food, I'd run it off. Or I felt guilty for days. Actually, it wouldn't have been days because I never went days without training. Sweet. And then eventually I made these rep teams, and I thought, shit, yeah, I could actually have a real crack at this. I was winning, club best and fairest. I was dominating games, and then I got axed from the rep team at about 15, 16, and that sort of knocks you back a bit. You're like, oh, fuck, what now? Shouldn't have been a joker in school. Should have studied. Yeah. But again, I played for the weaker clubs, and sometimes my team was like propped up with younger blokes, and I'd protect them on the field. So yeah, the countless times, pretty much every club down there at the time, I'd caused quite a bit of a beef in from just maybe saying something I shouldn't have said with a sharp tongue, and potentially just fighting on the field. Probably went too far at some points, but anyway, that happened, and a lot of it was sticking up for the younger guys who were getting pushed around. When you lose about 200 points, there's no need to push around the little guys. They're letting the game happen, and I became quite stubborn. So if I got pissed off with the club, I was out. Like, nah. I remember took my shoes off one game, 3/4 through the last thing, and some dude got injured. Like, get back on. I was like, no, we're done. Anyway, so that was kind of like just building my personality a little bit there. Coming into it, left school at 16. I was up a year in school as well. You could start school early back in the day. So at 16, I left school, so I didn't finish year 11, and I started at TAFE, like a certificate 1 in electronics or electrotechnology or something. After that, went for an apprenticeship down in Tassie, and there was about 400 people going for one apprenticeship in a small town. Like, it's already given to the son of the guy who owns it. So you had to do aptitude test just for the apprenticeship interview. Walked out of that, walked straight up to the recruiting centre and said, I want to join the army.
Yep.
That was basically the catalyst.
So you joined at 16?
Well, I walked in at I just turned 17, and by the end of that certificate, applied for the apprenticeship at 17.
So what year was that?
2007.
Yep.
So I got up there, and I walk in, and this big Navy dude gets out. He's freaking huge. I'm like, fuck. This dude's massive.
Like muscle or fat?
all muscle. I'm like, man. He's like, yeah, you want to join the army, do you? I was like, yeah. He's like, you're going to need to be fit. I was like, oh, look, I run every night. I'm training football with seniors at 16. Like, I should be all right. He's like, you're going to need to be real fit. And that, like, scared me. I don't know why it scared. Looking back, I should have called him.
Yeah.
I should have called him something derogatory. He's just been a flog. But at the time, like, you're so, like, what's the army? There's war. Everything's scary. So, yeah, I walk in. I want to join the infantry. And they say, yeah, okay, good idea. Take this slip home, get your dad to sign it. Because I was under 18. Yeah. Go home. Dad's obviously had experience with the army. And he's like, you're not joining the infantry.
So what did your dad do in the army again?
He was married to a woman.
Oh, that's right. That's
right.
right.
Yeah, yep. And he's like, you're not joining the army as the infantry. That's just cannon fodder. No offense. He's like, you need to get a trade. So I was like, all right.
Oh, he's right.
Electrician.
I'd agree, yeah.
He's like, I was like, all right, electrician. To go in, and they're like, yeah, oh, hey, you can be an electrician, or you can be this telecommunications technician. It's just as good, and you get to go a bit earlier. And I was like, yeah, sweet, sign me up. Maybe I should have stuck it out, but whatever. It ended up working out all right. So obviously, 5th of November 2007, I joined the army as a 17-year-old and fly out to Kapuka. First night Kapuka, you touched on it too. They rip you. I hope it's still like it, because I remember
it's not, man. I had a mate just go recently, and he was sending me photos from the line. So he was.
First night with his phone.
I was 21. No, throughout the whole, because I would see him online on Instagram. Like, how are you online? They've got their phone. They see sending me photos from the hallway. Like,
that's a shame.
And they have the weekends off. It's only 9. Was it 12 weeks? It was 9 weeks for him.
I got Christmas break though, so I can't complain.
Oh yeah.
But anyway, so first night, I cried myself to sleep. Like, you remember the door knock procedure?
Oh yeah, no, recruit personnel to speak to Corporal Bombardiers.
Exactly. So lights out. They've gone through all our personal shit that you handed in. They found a diary, because I got told to keep a diary from the recruit centre. Called me up, recruit LWell to bloody door-knock procedure or something. I walk up there with my thongs and I had like robot defense boxer shorts and basically a cum rag for a singlet. Walk up there, knock on the door, recruit ward to speak to.
I already know.
To speak to Brigadier such and such. Wrong, do it again. The whole platoon's listening. I do it like 3 times and I laugh. And they're like, and I've been saying Brigadier instead of Bombardier, so that was a massive fuck up. Sergeant ripped me to shreds on the admin line, and I went to bed crying. The whole platoon could hear me sobbing probably, and I was too scared to quit after that. I wanted out, but
what platoon were you?
4th Platoon Alpha Company.
Oh yeah.
Yep. Anyway, so yeah, I remember the first phone call you get. Like, you didn't have a phone for like maybe
church,
2
right?
weeks.
At
Yeah,
church.
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 You got a chucky frog and a phone.
Chucky, that's right. You get the chockies.
And you choose which church you want to go to.
Yeah. Yeah, that was weird. There was 3. I remember I went one.
And they're all Christian, I think, too.
And they were all like, I walked into one and they were all like jumping up and singing. And I was like, well, this is weird. Yeah. Sorry, bro.
No, you're right. So I get the phone call to Dad, and it's probably the first time that I remember him saying, you don't have to finish it. You know, you can come home. It's all right. Pull out. And I just remember like, I was angry at him. I was like, why would you do that? Don't give me the out. Don't ever give me the out. So I stuck it out. But yeah, he must have heard it in my voice, and also my brother had moved into my room by then, so I think he wasn't going to give me the chance. Anyway, I knuckled down. I got the fitness award at 17, which is a pretty good effort. And I sort of took it quite seriously. Again, after that, just I had it in me. And then being a joker didn't sort of help me. That part brought a bit of heat on me. Went to the School of SIGs after that. So it would have been February 2008. And at the time, School of SIGs was pretty...
Where is School of SIGs?
Down in Melbourne. So the posting was fantastic.
Yeah.
I'm like 15 Ks out of the city of Melbourne for 3 years with my trade, or 2.5 years. But at the time, it was extremely regimental. I mean, the whole army was really, but they still had tab systems there. So we had curfews. I had like it was like being a basic training all over again. But I was going to be there for 2.5 years.
At the sign in to get off base and that?
Yep. 4-door room for the first year, basically. And you know what? They were probably the best years of my life looking back.
Yeah, looking back now.
Oh, man. all the medicine stuff you get up to. That RSM there was a chick, and she was the RSM of the Corps as well, and she could punch out 70 cadence push-ups. Like, everyone was scared of her. I found myself in front of her a couple of times. Yeah. And it's relevant because when you're sitting in court getting beasted by these barristers, man, I look back at that and I was like, man, I had this chick who I actually respect beasted me, and I stood up to her, and you barristers are just bookworms with snaky spines, so you don't scare me. Anyway, so this RSM, shout out to her. She was hardcore. Everyone was scared of her, but it paid off. It was strict. It was hard, but if you push yourself, you got what you needed out of it. And it was good training, good culture. It was the first exposure to army culture, obviously. 17, boozer every week.
Yeah, boozer.
They're still run boozers. There was a war going on, so every time people, because I was there for 3 years, people would do shorter courses and come back and get promoted and come back. I'm like, fuck, there's not going to be a war for me to get to. They're always doing room inspections. Well, they find dust over there because there's dust in Afghanistan, dust in Iraq. We're just dropping dust busters on them. I remember thinking that, but some of the other things, sort of life-shaping routines, you started going to the gym every day. You start sort of figuring out what's good for you as a 17-year-old, which I think's like there's a safety net joining defence as a kid that you're not that independent yet. You can't really shoot yourself in the foot for real, or you can literally. But the nightlife, obviously, start hitting the nightlife. BFAs every month, so they became kind of like my footy games. So I just dominate them as best I could, try to beat the records and stuff. And I started getting exposure to special forces with there's a thing called Cat B back in the day. I don't know if you knew it in the grunts, but people could pass and stay in their trade. So SIGs, quite a few SIGs would be wandering around with green berets or sandy berets, and that I'd look around and I'm thinking, fuck, maybe this is a bit of an ego. Maybe everyone needs a bit of an ego, but I'm like, fuck, I'm better than some of these guys. I don't want to be associated with these guys.
Yeah.
I want to be like the better guys in the Corps. I want to push myself. What's this about? And that sort of just sparked a little bit of interest. And then just probably also the moral dilemmas of defence that I first kind of encountered being like suicide. It was already happening in the School of SIGs at the time. There was probably 2 I could recall. Yeah. Drug use probably at like a problem level. And I guess some of the guys who weren't with their partners, like they were still home, just obviously just sleeping around. And I just remember just trying to figure that out.
Yeah.
It's part of life everywhere. But as a 17-year-old, I was like waking up and figuring out how the world actually works. It's not Catholic school anymore.
That's right.
Yeah. So late 2008, I meet my ex.
Yep.
I don't know if we want to cover anything.
So this is where
before
we-
that.
Nah, man. No, you've
with
done
that?
well. Yep.
Yep.
Parents still together. Yep.
Yep.
Go to yep.
Yep.
All right. So now this is where it starts.
Met the ex at a nightclub in town. We've been there from Wilbur. If you've ever been, to Melbourne.
Yep. No.
There's two of them.
Haven't been.
Yeah.
All I know is when I went to Pucker, what was it? What's it called?
Prince of Wales. or something?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
In Seymour, Prince of Wales. Yeah,
Seymour.
yeah. Sorry, man. So you meet her down in
the
Melbourne there. Yep. Nightclub.
Exchange numbers. And obviously just start messaging each other like you did back in the day because you couldn't Snapchat nudes, just texting, and then we kind of get intimate maybe 3 weeks later.
Yep.
I didn't have a car at the time either, so everything was trains back then at the time. And we used to do that by sort of sneaking her on base, like it's the curfews. I wasn't allowed to have a woman on base with my tab.
Yeah.
That was one at the time. And obviously they weren't allowed in the lines either. That was another thing. I'd gone into my own room by then, but yeah, you'd sort of sneak her on. You'd hear him come through for like a snap inspection or a snap drug test or something. You'd hide her in the wardrobe.
Yeah.
Or under the bed or something like that. I hope that didn't look. And that was pretty standard. Like this isn't like me being a rebel or anything. A lot of people were doing that at the time. And she was like maybe I'd turned 18 and she would have been 20 at the time. She'd moved over from WA. She'd just recently changed living rooms, and obviously I was appealed by the physical stuff initially. Her independence, seeing like felt so much independence because she's living by herself and she's come over here so far from home. And I just thought she was cool. Obviously, just getting a woman when you're a kid, you're like starry-eyed. Sort of yes sir, no sir, thank you sir. And yeah, we sort of grew on from there. I helped her move into an apartment with an older lady, and that just cracked on around Box Hill for a while. It was about there that I sort of come across that she'd fallen out with her sister, and that's why she'd moved into this apartment. Something about money, bond, things like that. And I was like, whatever, it doesn't really faze me. I'm not allowed to move off base anyway. We'll just help you move in, and I'll come visit you at times. Probably the first real hiccup was her 21st birthday. She had a friend flying from WA, and we went out on the town. All the army, all my trade boys, they become your family basically, because you're with each other for so long. And yeah, we got drunk at the Crown and stuff, and I helped her friend walk out to the street with my other army mate. I think we both had like her in the middle because she was falling over. And yeah, I just got accused of cheating, like hardcore. I'm like, man, I've literally been a 2-minute walk from where we were to this, where she's right now, throwing up in the gutter. And that was probably the first hiccup, but we overcome that. And then the next hiccup would have been we all went out to V Fest, and when I saw her later that night, she was covered in hickeys around her neck, and she'd been back to her old boyfriend. And I remember being naive. I didn't know what it was. I was like, "What's that?" And eventually, she fessed up, and then again we just worked through it. It was pretty early. So say we met in September 2008. That was probably November 2008. I mean, I was playing by the rules, but she wasn't. It seems, and I. Obviously, we had to talk about it, and we moved on from there, though.
How old was she at the time?
20.
20, yeah,
Yep,
okay.
So then, eventually, like, you're starting to come to the end of your trade school, where you're just in the class every day. And I know we're going to be moving. I'm going to be moving at some point. The posting's coming. So eventually, I bite the bullet, and I say, let's move in together. She got sick of who she was living with as well. So we buy a little rental, we get a rental just across from the barracks, within walking distance. So I've got a car by now, but I am walking to barracks and she's driving to her work. I'm letting her use the car that I've bought because she's got a few debts to pay off because her sister's taken her money, is what I know.
Yep.
And she's had a few health issues. But I haven't been approved because I don't have purple tab or whatever the hell it was at the time. So I'm paying for the room on base. I'm paying for this rental. I'm paying for the car that she's driving everywhere now. We get a dog, which is another sort of big step in the relationship. Because I'm kind of wording her up. Hey, I'm going to be away. This trade school's not what army's supposed to be. So the first 2 years that I'm there, I spent maybe a week away max. That was probably even before I met her. So and we had like the final field phase, which was maybe another week out at the bush at Simpson Barracks. So it's not even a real bush. And then you'd probably vomit if you drove past it and you saw it, and I'm calling it bush. But it was still pretty epic. Actually, one of the SIG courses was rude as hell. So I was like, let's get a dog, because when I'm away, you're gonna need some companionship, really, and you want to feel safe. So we got a boxer, beautiful little boxer dog who grew up with us, and yeah, that was it. So we do that for about 6 months, and then I just sort of more teething issues from living together. You know, like when you move in with someone, you know, I liked, especially army. This is how I like my clothes folded. This is how I like this done. Yeah. And you got to kind of even with my current partner, you know, we went through that because everyone does things differently, and you're so rigid. Yeah, especially from 17, and I was rigid. I was a rigid kid. I'm rigid just sitting here. So getting through stuff like that had to happen, and it did. We got through it. It was fine, and I sort of said to her, "Hey, look, I'm moving to Sydney. Got the posting to Sydney. Would you like to come?" And her response was essentially, that was never an option. I was always coming to Sydney. So that was kind of cool, I guess, but it put us in like a massive financial burden because we couldn't obviously move into a room on base up in Sydney. And
Sydney's
you can't
expensive.
really, it's expensive as hell. Couldn't, especially like that was probably the most expensive at the time back then. And then like the rental, you can't get a rental without seeing it generally as well. So I would have had to like fly her up potentially early, and the removals. So the army wasn't going to move, or whoever's responsible for the removals. I'm sure like the corporal would have ticked it off if it was up to him. Yeah, but they weren't going to move a whole house full of staff. They were just going to move what was on my room, which was like nothing. My polys.
Because not normally they do, yeah.
Well, if you're approved, because I wasn't approved to live off. Okay. So, so I forked out all the money to move up to Sydney. We paid overs for a rental in Casula, in Western Sydney.
Casula, sounds like a fucking village in Afghan.
Yeah, it's pretty ghetto near Liverpool, but I mean, there's nice parts to it as well. And man, we're like financially like living paycheck to paycheck, because she decided to try and study before we left. Psychology. Signed up to the HECSTET and then fell through in 2 weeks. But whatever, I supported that because I'm like, hey, you're coming with me to Sydney. I owe you almost anyway. So yeah, like I remember going through the KFC at Casula. And I got declined for like a popcorn chicken, and they took it back. I was like, how embarrassing. Well, hey, we got $20. What do you want to go for dinner? Like, oh, geez. Anyway, so yeah, we were struggling financially, but then things started sort of ticking over. I got recognised de facto by the unit. They had some sensible heads. Got backdated, and it came all right a couple months into that. But I started learning more about now. Oh, sorry.
That's right. Don't worry, you get that out. It's
and some of the things that I was learned at this point was the sibling dynamic. So she had the older sister that she was sort of tiffing with a little bit, who was like a half sister from her mother's previous marriage, and the younger brother. And what I was kind of piecing together was they're all treated differently within the family, which is different to my experience, because we all went to the same school, we all played the same sports, we watched the same thing on TV. If you didn't do your chores, I beat you up. But hers, like her younger brother went to like, the top of the range private school. She went to the local, high school, and the sister went to the Indigenous high school kind of thing. All right. The other things I learned was the drug use with her parents. They were in Tasmania for a while when she was growing up on an organic vegetable farm, and they'd smoke pot basically, like recreationally. But the father was quite into it. Being an organic farm, it kind of lines up. But he had the nickname Herb or something like that, and she was saying due to that. And I just remember thinking, oh, okay, whatever. And then the mother, when they moved back to WA, the mother has this sort of born again Christian type conversion, becomes super religious, but the father's still basically the same. And that dynamic that dynamic comes to like, so things that would happen with that is my ex would write things in a journal like most girls do. Like I got 2 stepdaughters now. They write in their journals all the time. And I'm staring at them about it. So she'd write stuff in a journal. The mum would read the journal. Of course, a lot of parents do. I don't. Girls. And then she would say, she would put questions to her. Hey, what are you doing with such and such? And my ex would potentially fib a little bit. And the mother would say, well, that's not true. God's told me. That sort of stuff kind of put that God authority behind her. And I know she had a lot of trouble dealing with that. And from that, she never wanted to return to Perth. And it was about this time that I sort of put to her that I'm interested in pushing my career down the Special Forces path. And I sort of mentioned, I'd love to go to Perth. Obviously, there's a regiment over there that a lot of people sort of strive for. And it came out that she didn't want to go to Perth under any circumstance. She wanted to avoid being anywhere near her family. So from that, I said, oh, well, hey, there's another one in Sydney. I think my odds are better there anyway. They take a few more people. Let's go Sydney. So I wasn't too fussed, but like it definitely, that conversation definitely happened. And I definitely changed my course of action off that, that conversation. Anyway, so we've gone to Sydney now. The financial hardships happened. We're in Western Sydney, which is a little bit rough for people from, Hobart. I was like, oh my God, I'm actually scared here walking into the cinemas. But and I'm from rough Hobart too. There's difference. There's different sort of
different
fear.
levels.
Yeah, it's a big bad town. And we get that de facto relationship. That de facto relationship rests on a couple of factors. I'm not sure if you got de facto or you're in defence, but you need to get like shared joint accounts, shared bank accounts. That's one of them. That it's a big tick in the box. And living together for 30 days or 90 days or whatever it was. But the bank account is something I wanted to mention to people because it comes back later on, obviously. She just starts work at a cafe and then starts a traineeship, just sort of chips away at stuff. And I start doing like real-time army. I'm on Hamel, driving up the Hamel in my Land Rover from Holsworthy. It was like an 11-day trip. And, just to spend 4 weeks out there to drive back for another 11 days kind of thing. Yeah. And I'd sort of done the maths, jumping a little bit. In the sort of 10 years I was in the army, I spent over 4 years away from basically her. So, and those first 2 years included where I was in trade school. So that's another tip for young players kind of thing. Like just, you do spend time away in the army. And you should want to, because it's how you get the real sort of experience. I've done a CFL course as well, and that was basically a big step because I'm 20 years old. I've done the CFL course. I'm running the PT for the whole SIG regiment, which isn't easy because none of them want to do PT. You might have come across a few in the time, and I'm sort of building a name for myself. So during that time, she starts having a lot of medical issues as well. Like I'm carrying her between rooms at a house in Kashula because unexplained medical stuff. Never really got to the bottom of it. Yeah, wow. And then another thing, like I'm sorry, we weren't going to touch on it and cut it out if you don't want, but you're just not medically literate in the army. You just get your handheld, you go get some strepsils and betadine, and you gargle it, and that's it. And so I don't know how the medical system works. My partner is a legend at it, but I just knew that I had to support her, so I would sort of carry her to rooms and try and help her get to doctors and pay for stuff, which is hard when you're also just the noob in the unit. So yeah, on Hamel, I've obviously done well enough, and people who know my name from I believe the CFL course that actually paid off, and they earmarked me for my first deployment. So November 2010, I deploy Tarankout, and I'm just installing comms towers. I'm like a radio, a cabler, installing cable in the draytainers, and building these massive comms towers in Tarankout. You're just up there thinking, man, what if someone takes a shot at me?
Well, how long were you there for? 8 months?
3 months this one. Yeah, it was just a fit team. And some of the things that I think shape everything as well from there is like, you've mentioned it before, the IDF that comes in. We're on night shifts a lot of the time. She can hear those alarms through the phones sometimes. That would set her off. Obviously news, when people are dying, they're panicking all the time and they're not getting any communication. So that would set her off. I think this builds like the insecurities. It's probably why I'm raising it. And then another thing that set me off was sitting there listening. It was 5-hour out there at the time.
Yeah.
They'd come back in from their patrols and stuff, and man, like they'd have dramas at home. The missus had left them, or they'd done something stupid with the DHA house, mate. They're breaking down on the phone next year with like, you know, the graffiti that used to be in those little phone boxes. And you're like, not fair.
My mate's jumper I was around this morning. He's ex-5-hour. He was there in 2010. Dotty. Yeah, he owns Loco Tattoo. Him and Sean.
Man, you just hear him just in tears. It's like as if their life's not hard enough. That I mean, what do you do about it? It's life. But that was probably my first exposure to defence and the issues with family. That I don't know if it's support or if whatever. But yeah, just broken. They're already broken. Like they're already broken from war. Let alone now they're dealing with potentially not seeing their kids because someone's moved halfway across the country. But the next relevant thing from that is the honeymoon period. So I'd spent 4 years away, like over those 10 years accumulated. There's a lot of honeymoon periods. Every time I come back, everything's good, everything's rosy. You've got money, so you're going out for dinner every night. You know, you're infatuated with each other because you've just been around stanky dudes for 3 weeks. So that's where the honeymoon periods start kicking in, and I think that sort of glosses over real issues. And then I went straight on a course and doing maintenance roles where I was traveling around the country, basically scrubbing rust off comms towers all around the country. And my ex starts studying again, so she starts studying to be a nurse assistant. Yep. So there's a bit of a trend there kicking off. They're not out of I wouldn't say out of nowhere, but this is probably another defining thing. My second deployment kicks off in July 2011 for another 3 months. That was in Kabul at the embassy. Yep. I actually cabled the embassy there, and then I was at the Australia House thing prior to that. A lot of secrecy behind. I think you mentioned you went to the embassy. Kabul. If you're in the newer one that I helped cable, or if you're in the previous sort of
Bravo 1 was it?
I'm not sure. I was just like wide-eyed, just cabling wherever I could and trying to keep out of everyone's way. But that was I got a massive exposure to SF on that in that Australia Street there. So obviously putting my 2 command application while I'm there, and I buy a laptop off my mate, and this laptop comes up again later because I'm not a computer guy at the time. I'm still not really. I was just a cabler and a comms tower builder, but I bought this computer off this dude, a bit of a player, and I just picked it up and just kept cracking on. All right, now it's my computer. Whatever. I should have cleared it.
There was photos and shit.
Fuckloads of photos of 1,000 different women from Skype. Back in the day, it was Skype. And when I'd closed the lid, I didn't know that it wasn't shutting off. So she was hearing conversations that I was having with the boys, which still gets me in trouble today because I say stuff I probably shouldn't say. Like I was always being a joker. But yeah, and that just bred insecurity. Like all of a sudden, it's these are the chicks that I'm seeing behind her back, or I'm phone calling behind her back from other places, and it just wasn't the case. That's simple. Yeah. The dude's a player. Like I wasn't, and he was allowed to be. I mean, he was just a single dude living it up. Good on him. Yeah. So that's that. Come back, have that honeymoon period again. Buy a car. I take a loan out in my own name, so it's my own loan, which is another bit that comes into it because that's essentially my own bank account. And I start doing the psych testing to get into SF. And I go in and do this testing, and this is, I think it's relevant. This is why I've sort of patched on a bit. I've still got the psych because obviously when everything gets subpoenaed, you can see it. I was the most stubborn soldier they've ever had attempt selection at the time. Oh. Yeah, I was off the scale, and I said, "Oh, that must be a good thing, hey?" Like, wow. Yeah. And they're like, "Nah, we've never seen someone that stubborn. We don't know what it is, but obviously you'll see how it plays out." And then SFED, I was fit as hell. I was 3 times a day at least, plus running the PT for everyone, which is a workout in itself. I won the beep test. I won the cadence heaves. I struggled with the 40 kilo. It was a 40 kilo pack march for 5Ks at that time. I still had the Kapuka kidney pack. So I chucked that on, and probably why my back's cooked now. But obviously made it onto selection 2012. And I proposed to my partner at the time because I'm like, fuck, she hung out for two deployments. Yep. I don't have any reason to believe she's fucked me over in any way. Yep. So yeah, I'm going to propose to her now. I think I've got the money. It's worth it. It was just a pretty easy proposal. just at home, but still, it was like a $6,000, $7,000 ring. You know, like she chose it, and I was happy to put money towards it. And then just went back into regular life for the rest of the year, which was just maintenance gigs, driving around Alice Springs and scratching towers and repainting them. So then 2012 comes around, and they've the Signals Corps have figured out there's a dude who's trying for selection, which is kind of rare. So they post me into SOCOM before I go on selection, which is probably at the time felt like a great idea, but now I'm like, fuck, that's just extra stress. I didn't need 2 weeks before selection started. So we moved to closer to the Eastern Shore, so I post to Randwick Barracks, like cream posting. I'm at the 1 Commando at Randwick Barracks as a SIG. They got full-time SIGs there. And in that role, I had to get a security clearance at like top secret level, which this is another thing. I'm never going to get that again after family court because everything that comes out, I just can't do it. You start to learn about the domestic counter-terrorism role, and I'd just go around installing cables at crisis centres around the states and stuff. Again, just going away every month. The dog obviously starts playing a massive role in just being just what dogs are like. You've mentioned your dog, obviously, you know what I mean? Just looking at them sometimes just helps. Yep. And then obviously 2012, I start on selection course at Singleton. And that was the year 3 RR. That was their last year. So it was fucking huge.
Yeah.
No one wanted to go to Townsville. The poor buggers. There was about 150 people on the course, I reckon. And I'm wearing this. I turn up with my Kapuka pack selection. Like we just stood looking at the sun for the first half of the day. And then they gave me like an Alice pack while I was there. So I had to quickly cable it. I was, strap it up. I'd done that wrong because I'd never had an Alice pack before. So then some shooter restraps my pack for me, and then we get underway, and I pass all the barrier stuff, get on the nav, and I've put on my pack, and I've crushed my compass on the mog out there, and I get lost out on nav, and my radio, they were these old Vietnam radios just for weight, basically. They didn't work. My radio wasn't working either, and they actually halted the nav course on selection because I'd gotten lost.
Oh, no way.
Candidate fucking 46, I still remember. Anyway, so I get my shit together, I find another candidate. They gave all the candidates permission if they found me to talk to me and get me on the road. He finds me, gets me out to the road for a few near-death experiences. And, man, like 5 shooters get out of the car and they're just, they all have a go at ripping me to shreds, as you'd expect. Get back to the headquarters, and I'm actually from the SIG unit that's supporting the course, and none of them know me because I've only been there for 2 weeks. So like, nah, it's just spiraling epically for me. I'm looking like a bag of shit. Eventually, they come out, they talk to me, they check my theory test. I passed everything, it's fine. And then they figure out that my compass is broken. Then they figure out that my radio is broken. And then they're like, oh fuck, you found some checkpoints mapped to ground. Oh shit, like you've actually done pretty good. Next minute, they're like feeding me fruit and stuff, and they set me off to crack on. And yeah, so I last a couple more days and then pull out in the swimming because Tasmanians can't swim. And the Cat Bs that I'd spoken to before just said it was a regular swim test. It wasn't. It was like Hell Week drowning type stuff, you know what I mean? Which is awesome, but I was underprepared for that aspect, not being able to swim. And I just remember getting out and withdrawing. And that was probably the first punch of where I was just bedridden for 2 or 3 weeks. Some of it was physical, but most of it was mental. Just devastated that I'd put so much into this. Like I dominated the SFET too. Like I was like, fuck, like these guys aren't superhuman. I can do this. And then just to lose that, have that sort of reality not meet expectation, absolutely sort of destroyed me. So I sat in bed for probably 3 weeks, and that again comes back because that's essentially depression. I've hit a depression threshold there once you get around that 3-week mark. Anyway, eventually I do the maths, and I'm like, man, I came off at 80. There was 150 of us, 45 got through, and they all came off within the next 6 hours. Like, fuck, man, I can do this. So I've locked myself in. Had a different approach. I spoke to some other people the next round for the next few rounds, and I was like, "Yeah, I'm going to get to the end now. I'm not just going to give selection a go." So 2013, they post me again, but I'm still in the same main unit out to SOA. So now I've got to learn all the like CBRN stuff and all that stuff. became like good money, but she's not working, like probably not even earning half what I'm earning. And my fitness is still rampant. And in this time, around about 2013, she overdoses on while I'm away. And when I'm coming back and going away, she's having these epic panic attacks and adrenaline because she's thinking that I'm going to die with all this stuff. Well, that's what we sort of were putting together. And she overdoses at one point on hay fever tablets, taking them daily to deal with like a lactose intolerance or something. And it accumulates. And man, I was standing by the bed with her, shaking. She was like in fits. She wasn't coming in and out of consciousness kind of stuff.
Yeah.
At Canterbury Hospital. And yeah, I just remember thinking like, fuck, like what the fuck?
Oh, yeah.
You don't think that's gonna happen, you know what I mean? So that was a big one because obviously she denies it later. Further health issues crack on. She does a jury duty, which really, that's probably the first real like earthquake in the relationship. She does a jury duty for sort of a child sexual abuse case. Has to sit through the whole thing, and then the dude changes his plea before he gets essentially the verdict. And from there, that kicks off some stuff that she remembers from when she was a kid on the organic farm when her parents were drugged out, kind of thing. Yeah. So that she starts therapy then from there. Starts going to see therapists, starts finding ways, starts wondering if that's what's impacting the adrenaline issue that I'm having to carry her around the house for. And later in that year, I do basically an infantry course to prep me for selection, like the DRS guys.
Yeah.
I got onto that one as a pogue, so a bit of a hand out there, but I mean none of them make it really. Maybe 2 of them made it that year. So again, I was away every month. So then 2014 selection, I turn up, dominate. I could have done it 3 times over.
Yeah,
wasn't a worry at all. And I was just making jokes on the course. Probably shouldn't have, but I think they liked it in the end. I was just ragging on tankies and DRS and even ragging on the grunts. I was like, fuck, I've got to be a bully here.
Yeah.
If I'm going to be seen as not someone, as someone that they want. But that was a 6-week course back then. It's changed now, like everything. It's piss easy now. Suckers. The 6-week course with no phones. So that was probably the hardest thing. No communication at all. Like, with your kid, when you can't communicate with your kid, your loved ones, if you can't even hear that they're okay or just check things, it fucking hurts. So yeah, that 6 weeks no phones was probably the hardest thing I'd done in the army until then. And then at the end, because it was at Holsworthy that year, and she lived locally and had pass access and stuff, I was lucky because some of the boys were from obviously all around the country. She was coming onto base, and I was able to have dinner with her or whatever some nights in our rooms on base there. So it worked out all right in some aspects. She changed the jobs again, this time to outside of school hours care, kind of like vacation care as well. And then naturally I'm into Rio mode, which is probably even harder than selection, especially as not coming from that infantry background. Man, I'm living and breathing it. If I'm walking through Woolworths, I'm doing drills like it's in a hallway. If I'm going upstairs at Westfield, I'm doing it like it's cathedral stairs or scissor stairs. I'm doing the drills. I've got myself blue guns and holsters, and I'm practicing in the mirror, timing myself because I knew that's what I needed to do to get through. I wasn't going to make it otherwise. And anyway, halfway through that, I get sick. And I get kicked off on the final hurdle of CQB, even though I've passed all the pre stuff. I got kicked off, and then I had the honor of coming on the next day and finishing the fighting course, so getting beaten up just to add it in. And that was my second term of probably 3 weeks bedridden. Just how could I have been fucking so hard done by? I didn't feel like I had no safety breaches. I'd struggled on the pistol shooting. But that was something I'd fixed because it was like an eye dominance thing. Once you figure that out, you're good. And then, so I obviously mulled over that for a bit, and I went back to my SIG unit, jaded as shit. Didn't care anymore. I was like, fuck it. If I make it, I make it. If I don't, I don't. They invited me back. And then, but that was obviously the next year. And I took up Muay Thai because I actually, even though I got beaten up a lot on that CQF course because I was lippy, I was often the demo. I often get ragged off from the instructor. But yeah, I took up Muay Thai, and I convinced my ex to take up Muay Thai with me as well.
Yep.
And it was great. It's probably the best thing we did. It was freaking, I think you do it a little bit
Yeah, I
too.
do a bit, yeah.
Freaking awesome sport, man. So yeah, that wrote me out. We get married early 2015. Her family fly in from everywhere. We do that in South Coast, New South Wales.
Just real quick, you get along with the family, her family?
Yeah, not too
Is that
bad.
right?
Yeah, I filmed their wedding actually. The parents,
Yeah.
they got married while we were together. Like they were just sort of partners for a long time. I filmed it. I mean, I'm not really friendly with anyone really, but yeah, like could be polite and we could say hello and stuff. But yeah, we get married early 2015, and probably another key moment is the wedding speech. And I've got my boys in my groom's party, and being a joker, I thought I was being hilarious with my wedding speech. So I'm giving this mad speech, and she's breaking down in tears because I'm making fun of things I shouldn't have been making fun of. Some things are off limits, and I didn't know that until afterwards. So big fight, wedding day.
Oh, no.
After
After the wedding or
well,
at the wedding?
she's in full blown tears at reception. And I thought I'd be funny and then close it off with something sweet, but by the time I got to the sweet bit, I dug too big a hole. I was already in China.
Do you reckon that was because do you think because you're stubborn, you don't realise that it's been...
I think I was just
I don't
desperate
know
to
what
be,
you said.
to be
Yeah.
funny to people. Yeah, just that joker. I think
Yeah,
I'm trying
yeah.
to be the joker. And fair's fair. My best man stitched me up. He said it would be great. You should have had more awareness.
Sabotage.
Anyway, so she's in tears on the wedding day because of my speech that I thought was actually good. maybe that's a good sign we weren't compatible. Anyway, so have the wedding. A few of the boys from the previous Rio came, which was good of them because they can cut you away when you fall away. And I get back on the Rio mid-year that year, and I just dominated. Like I'd started visualizing everything. Like I knew what I needed to do. When you're wearing those Peltor headphones and you can hear him talking like all around the range sort of thing.
Yeah.
I could hear him saying, "Shit, who's candidate 20 at the moment? Like he's killing it. Oh, that's such and such from last year. He's come back with a new attitude. He must have been spending all this time I didn't spend a single time at the range. I didn't shoot a single round, but I just visualized everything and I lived and breathed it. I was still training 3 times a day, even though but I also had a new attitude where I didn't care. If you're going to kick me off because of that, then it's your loss. It consumes your whole life. Every weekend I was running sand dunes, all the stairs at Coogee. I was soaking my feet every night in Condi's crystals. I was researching the history of all the stuff because I wasn't going to let them have if I wasn't going to make it, it was because it was rigged basically. So yeah, dominated it, smashed it, got the beret at the end of the year, and I just turned up like the year before was I was a bit of a joker, but pushed myself a bit, but when I went back on the Rio, I felt like they got rid of me the year before because I was a pogue and I looked like a bit of a pogue. Oh, he's a SIG. He looks like a SIG. That second year, I was like, no, it's not happening. I'm going to pick on people. I'm going to shoot them down if they've got something smart to say. I'm going to tell them how weak their selection was compared to mine. Every day I can. Every fitness session, I'm going to dominate. And yeah, easy. Got through. Got to Bravo. And then that was when they're like, what do you want to do, mate? And I was like, I'd love to do mortars. First of all, mortars don't have to parachute, so that was sick. And not as much anyway. And second of all, I'd always wanted to do it from the times that I'd spent with some of the boys on the Rio. I just thought that the cool guys go to mortars.
Yep.
And they said, oh, that's a great idea. Unfortunately, you got an aptitude because of your trade, so we're going to put you on a language course. So I spent 6 months studying language at Holsworthy, and that was the Arabic language. Which and because I'd passed, my wage had probably doubled, and not to mention the allowances. So yeah, you get you get a good wage. You've got all these allowances for like para, gas, all that sort of stuff, all this danger pay that you get, and that again just sets the tone where I was earning well over. I mean, plus when you add in the subsidised rent and all that sort of stuff, significant amounts of money. And she was pulling in 30K, you know what I mean? Living in Sydney just wasn't pulling her weight in that aspect. But I got that it's hard to maintain a life with someone coming and going and living what I got. And that's where the honeymoon period would come and go. Kept happening. So finished my Arabic course, spent a couple of weeks in Jordan as part of that. And then I deployed to Iraq for 6 months with fighting the ISIS fight or whatever it was, training their battalions.
What year was that? It was later.
2016,
Sorry, yep.
end of 2016, and I went over there with a bit of a hero from the regiment. I was it was just me and him and an officer for a little bit, it was quite eye opening because he was broken, not as a father, but PTSD had gotten him quite hard at the time, and I hadn't seen him sober until then, until we went over there, anyway, that comes into it a lot as well. Yeah, so she's quit her job. We don't need it 'cause obviously commando wage plus deployment. I was getting fair money, and she books a trip to Thailand to go to Tiger Muay Thai, do a bit of a Thai fighting camp because she's bought into the Muay Thai, which I was glad about. I was like, oh, this is good. She's not by herself. And she wants to go to America when I get back, and I'm like, oh, fine. Like I've never really been interested in America, but she wants to go see New York, and I'm like, fine. If we're going to New York, I want to go to Texas and shoot at some ranges and do some cool stuff. But no, there's no Disney World in there, so we end up going to Florida because she wanted to go see Disney stuff. I'm like, all right, fine. This is your trip, really. Like I don't want to do any of this. And yeah, so I've had this trip. I'm with this hero of the regiment there, and I'd consider him a hero anyway. When we're in America, she gets this. It's snowing in New York. It's freezing cold, and I've got like a budget. Hey, we got $250 a day or something, American bucks. Like this is going to go a long way. And she wants some shoes because her feet are too cold or something. So I buy her some snow boots while we're over there as well. Another thing that comes up later. Anyway, and I'm sitting in there. I've been at the unit beret qualified for a year, and I've met this PTSD dude who's like cooked, absolutely cooked. But I loved him, but he's absolutely cooked. And obviously, I start seeing the cracks. I'm like, man, I'm looking around the room, like all these dudes are cooked, like too far gone, and suicides just start happening. There's like maybe, and they don't just start happening, but they start happening in my life. I'm starting to see them. I'm going to funerals for these guys, and most of them were dads, and a lot of them were tarnished with DV. I felt tarnished. I thought it's easy to say that they perpetrated DV in hindsight, but I mean that dude killed himself when you'd run away with his kids the week before. Did he know when they were coming back? Had he seen them? Had this happened before? These sort of things start going through my head. I'm like, man, there's more to. There's got to be more to this. These are some hard dudes, and there's got to be something more to it. So I would think about that a lot. I ended up putting my discharge in, and they were like, oh, you've only been in since Mornos. Like, what are you doing getting out? You're scared of them coming to get you? You don't want to go on tag? I'm like, mate, I was on tag for 4 years as a SIG. Like, there ain't nothing special about shooting blanks and the Spirit of Tasmania. Like, sell me with something else. So, they offered me a trip to Jordan or something. I said, nah, give it to the guy that's better at speaking Arabic than me. Like, I'm not seeing anything here that I want. You promised me that I'd be shooting live rounds. I'd never touch a blank again. And 2 years in, you got me on Hamel. Shooting blanks. I'm like, I should have stayed at Pogue. So I put in my discharge. And it's about this time, my ex and I decide that we're going to have a kid. She's spent time in Thailand. She wants to adopt. She's seen what it's like over there. She wants to adopt potentially from there or whatever. And I'm like, oh, yeah, okay, cool. If we're going to do that, I'm getting out of the army. We're not going to be able to sustain this lifestyle. Yep. Where do you want to go? Put it to her. I think we need family around if we're going to start our own family, because I had no one around in Sydney. And she decides to go to Hobart, where my family are. At times, when I deployed over Christmas, shooting back to 2010, she flew back to Hobart to spend the Christmas with my family. And that was a common thing. She'd fly down to see my family, would not go back to Perth. And this is all on her own accord, of course, because I wasn't there. So we moved back. But just before we moved, that fella I deployed with commits suicide, and there's an inquest into his death. And that's all sorts of. It's still fucked up now, really. The whole story behind it. That's another story, but that's another thing that shook me. I'm like, man, this is in about the June time, and yeah. So we've moved back to Tassie, and we decided we've gone to a few adoption seminars, kind of thing. And it's just not going to happen, man. It's like $60,000, and you're getting some kid who's 11 years old.
What was the reason for adoption? Instead
of a little bit of like when you've seen some parts of the world, and you see children.
Was there a reason that you couldn't have kids?
No. It was just fuck. There's kids out there struggling. Okay, I mean, Afghanistan at the burn pit, just kids trifling through the burn pit, looking for stuff to be able to feed their family. I just remember thinking, fuck, there's kids out there struggling. Can we adopt them to help them? But no, it become unrealistic. It's like a 50,000. It's too expensive, and there's stipulations on it that you just can't match. It's not like my dad when he adopted 2 Tassie boys back in the 80s or the 70s. Anyway, so we decide, all right, we're going to actually have a child, and to do that, when I get out, we get private health insurance because in the army you've got it obviously, and she's always had private health that I paid for. But there's a clause for private health. Pregnancy. There's a pregnancy clause. You've got to have that. You've got to buy into it. You've got to pay for it for like a year before you can fall pregnant. So we do that. We get this pregnancy clause covered, and we start sort of discussing how it's going to be and what we're going to do. And I get a job pretty much straight away from a tech trade. So dad's call paid off. They needed someone to cable some things at a school, and I get this role as an IT technician there. So. And very quickly, I hit the ground running because they're all lazy. They're not all lazy, but in IT, a lot of people are not very personable. They're pretty lazy. They can be lazy, and they just don't. They don't want to get their hands on tools and stuff. So from that, I quickly got a footing, and they ended up putting me through more IT study off the back of that. But on the flip side, my pay had at least halved because all of that stuff was missing now. All of those allowances was gone. So I went from, not worrying about a cent to all of a sudden, oh shit, like we're not saving anything, we're not gaining anything. And I was still waiting on money to come through from defence because I hit my long service up. Yep. Didn't get any leave, of course. I just took it, and it came with all the allowances. So I got a fair chunk. And from that, we were able to purchase a house with the loan.
Beautiful.
With the loan, yeah. That was the house deposit. And that was, back then, Tassie was pre-COVID Tassie. Pretty much the house that we wanted. Well, I never even looked at it. So she goes to this house. It's in our price range. She says she wants it. I signed the loan papers with her, and we get that house. So I hadn't even been to that house till we walked in. And the house was a 3-bedroom house, not far from where my parents were. It was 3 bedrooms because we were going to have children, obviously, or a child. So yeah, we buy that house when the money comes through, and I've hit a point where I'm like, oh, okay, I'm going to keep studying for my own sort of challenge because doing that Arabic course sort of changed my trajectory a bit. And then when I was in Iraq, I spent a lot of time with the interpreters. So I wasn't really, because with like a mostly American base, I'm not the biggest fan of the Americans that were there at the time. Some of them are quite good, but not these particular ones. And I spent a lot of time with the Iraqi locals, basically, and just probably added to just feeling shit about some of the world. And I decided to study Arabic at university after that. And I got that rolled into an Islamic minor, and I began turning that into a degree. So I got a philosophy degree, basically, just off the back of that. It doesn't really count for anything, but it's just something to keep my mind ticking over. Trying to make sense of some of the stuff that you sort of hear and see and talk to. Got back into sport. I cut army cold turkey though. So I got back into sport, played footy for a year. This is 2018. 2018, played footy for a year. And I just remember going back, just being arrogant as hell, saying, man, I was the best footy player when I left. I'm going to be the best footy player now. And I cracked my ribs and my sternum probably the second game in. And then every week I just kept re-cracking because I'm like, this is the only year I'm playing. I'm just going to keep playing up. Whatever. Yeah. Halfway through the year, I'd written my best and fairest speech just to stir him up. And sure enough, ended up using it later on. The footy season would have started early that year, Marchish. But in June 2018, confirmed pregnancy, basically. That was via text message. And she was happy. She was all happy. I attended the appointments with her. I was working at the school, so obviously I wasn't going away anymore. She had a lot of issues with I think it's called Braxton Hicks, where they feel fake symptoms before it's actually happening of labour. And I think I did a small trip to the Northern Territory with the school with some of the kids. They got me doing some leadership stuff at the school, and I ran a couple of little army boot camp things, hilarious, with the school kids. And at the same time, my mother had been diagnosed with cancer. So we sort of told her first, And man, it lit her up.
Yeah, of course.
Just, oh my god, gave her a second wind, and I'd never seen her like happy like that. I don't think I made her that happy when I was born. So it's the grandchildren there. February 2019, my son is born, and he's a forceps delivery. I remember talking to the obgyn or whatever they're called, and I was sort of saying to him like, "Oh mate," because we're paying a fair hike for him. I was like, "Mate, what makes like if you go to an obgyn convention, what makes one better than the other? Like, how do you measure each other up?" He's like, "Oh, forceps. If you deliver with a forceps, you're a big dog." Oh yeah, my partner had a heart attack when I said that. She can't believe they still use them. Sure enough, he used them for my boy, and his head came out a bit squished, but he's all good now. And I just remember, man, holding him that first time. Just I was like, this is beauty. I felt like I understood what beautiful meant. Like it was amazing. And I mean, everyone who sort of talks about it on here, I think, goes through the same thing. It's amazing. And it's one of the real special things in life. And she only held him for maybe 20 minutes and then went to sleep. It was a long labour. And yeah, she was asleep, and I had him for maybe 4 hours, just holding him. I gave him his bath. I was singing I Only Knew, The Gambler by Kenny Rogers. You got to know when to hold him, know when to fold him. Yeah, I was singing that. That was the only song I knew the lyrics to, so I was like singing that to him and like trying to, obviously the skin to skin stuff. So yeah, that's him born, and she's decided she's not going to breastfeed at all. Takes his tablet. They give you these tablets. You can take a tablet where it stops, I guess, those hormones working or whatever. My partner would know better. And we just start sort of following this bottle-fed routine from day one. Like I'm feeding him first night in the hospital when he wakes up, and that essentially doesn't stop. Every night he wakes up as a basically a baby, like this one still does too. I'm getting up and feeding him. I'm sitting there. The school I'm working at's like an actual private school. one of the ones down there that I never got to go to as a kid, and so they got a lot of British teachers where they just sound posh.
Yeah.
They're not actually posh, but I think that's their trick. And I'm feeding him every night, watching soccer on SBS. And I'd go and talk to them about soccer the next day, and it was always sort of funny. The first time I'd known all this soccer stuff happening was because I was just feeding him every night. And she would sort of put him to bed. I'd wake up at 1 o'clock, watch the soccer whilst I'm feeding him, and then she'd wake up with him at sort of 7 o'clock or 6 o'clock when he woke up the next morning. She had carpal tunnel as well. That's a common thing after pregnancy, so she had to get the surgery on that. So that again put a bit more stuff onto me there. Not that I'm definitely not complaining. This is some of the things that happened, and my parents started helping with the care. After that sort of 6 months, we put him into daycare, and for 2 days a week, my parents watched him for 2 days a week, and she would have Fridays off her youth working role at the local youth club. She'd have Fridays off, and she'd watch him on the Fridays. So again, she'd got that job sort of early 2018. So she'd spent maybe 4 or 5 months. So we moved down in October. So until February 2018, she wasn't really working. When we first moved to Tassie, and this is where the belt starts tightening even more. Obviously, our house wasn't as nice as Sydney. Life in Hobart's not as nice as Sydney either. Can be quite miserable during winter in Hobart because you get up and it's dark, you come home and it's dark. And I think all these things start chipping away. It's just definitely not Eastern Shore Sydney anymore. But we still liking it.
How's life as first time parents, both of you struggling?
No, we just fell on the routine.
You got a routine?
And it worked well. It worked really well. He was pretty good with his teeth. His teeth are tiny, and probably the first real inkling of any. It's not really the first. One of the little sort of cracks was lactose intolerance. Basically, all of a sudden he's getting nappy rash, like pretty bad. But I mean they're all bad. And she concludes that it's lactose intolerance because she's lactose intolerant from the hay fever tablets. You might remember way back. And I'm just like, oh, whatever, fine, lactose free formula. Let's just start feeding him that. And I don't think it fixed anything, but we just did that and we just cracked on then with that happening. at some point between 2018 and 2021, she talks me back into doing reserves because she sort of sees I start struggling in the winter months because it's the anniversary of when that fella that I deployed with had taken his own life. A lot of the stuff with the inquest was upsetting me because, well, I spent 6 months with him of his last 12 months alive, like the full 6 months, and he was the only time he was sober ever. And man, you think Defence reached out to me to hear my word on him? Nah, they didn't. Man, the dude was going through. He wasn't seeing his kids at all. And he might have been a scary dude to the bad guys. Like Taliban might not have liked him very much, but man, there's no way that dude would have hurt his kids. Yeah. Anyway, so I got talked back into reserves, and I'm like, oh man, being like an ex-shooter going into reserves, I don't know about that. Maybe I'll try and join the SIGs. But I didn't, so I knocked on the door and they took me in, and I've never regretted it.
That's good.
So I don't know. Sometimes you mention you're a bit jaded with some of the stuff. Reserves was like a breath of fresh air. They all want to be there, man. Like it's crazy. They're whinging because the Padres coming in to talk to them on a Tuesday night, and they don't get to go out and dry fire styes. And I'm like, mate, this is gold. We're getting paid to sit here in a nice room office. I've got a cup of tea, dipping my tea bag in and the biscuit, and they're all dirty.
That's right.
It's hilarious just for that alone. I don't go bush with them because I just can't with kids. I've got obviously 4 that I look after now. But so I start doing reserves. I changed jobs following COVID. That was pretty hard working IT at a school with COVID because, especially a private school, everyone's entitled. And fair enough, they pay a lot of money for it. So, man, I was just hammered, just getting webcams working on someone's device I've never seen, speaking probably Chinese because there's a lot of international people there as well. They do a lot of philanthropy as well, so helping some of their donors was a lot of pressure on that, and a lot of them are a lot older, and you don't really want to be knocking on their door during COVID, but someone had to. So, yeah, I knuckled down for COVID, got through it with that school, and then changed schools to get like a bit of a title. Became like an IT manager then. So all of a sudden I'm an IT manager at a school. Pretty funny that I got there, but so I started this new job. This is a bit localer, same sort of money, but still significantly less than Army. And it's about this time that my ex's father moves in with us. So him and his wife, so her mother, divorce over in Perth.
Is this Herb who you referred to?
Yep, Herb, yep. And he goes through a bit of a period after divorce. I mean, all the kids grown up and moved away anyway. And he had an issue at his job as well, where he was threatening them with violence and stuff. The people that he had working below him. So I just say to my partner at the time, hey, look, maybe he needs a fresh start. He can come and stay with us. Having the grandson in his life might give him a bit of a pep.
And how old is your little one at the time now?
He would be
3.
Probably not even 2.
Not even 2. Okay,
yeah, not even 2. I don't reckon. And so he makes a big move from WA down to our place and stays with us for a month or 2, or a couple of months, or off and on when he's looking for jobs and checking out the state as well. At the time, he helps her with the kitchen, like redo the kitchen a little bit. They paint the things. I'm building an obstacle course out the backyard, actually, like Death Trap 101, and they're working on this kitchen. They don't finish it, but they're working on this kitchen, retiling it a little bit too. And then I come up to Sydney. This is in early 2021 now. So early 2021, I fly up to Sydney for probably my very close mate from all the Rio stuff, the Mortimer from 3 Hour actually. And we go to his wedding. When we're up there, we stay with her sister, who they obviously had that falling out back in Melbourne way back in 2010, and we'd essentially ruled her out of our lives for 8 or 9 years. And then when we left Sydney, she moved to Sydney, and that was a bit of a, hey, let's rekindle for a little bit. Yeah, because she'd had a kid too. When we had the kid, then she had the kid. Like, it was almost as if he was like 6 months later. It was almost as if she got pregnant because
she got pregnant.
That's what I felt like. Yeah, but I mean, that could be just speculation. Anyway, they rekindled. So we went back and we stayed at her little apartment for like one night either side of the wedding. So maybe 2 nights or 3 nights all up. The wedding was out the country, kind of New South Wales. While I'm there, they're going out for walks and I'm looking after both kids. Like, I've got them on my knee. We're watching Power Rangers or whatever it was at the time, and I'm sort of entertaining them both. And they're coming back And I'm just like, oh wow, they're really close right now. That's cool. That's probably a good thing. Like as long as we can keep that drama out now. But hey, we've all grown up. This might be a good thing. But that's probably where, in hindsight, I think plans might have been made to call things. Anyway, so that would have been, say, April 2021. Then we have a good time at the wedding. We fly back, and so my ex gets a new job at an employment agency because, again, I think she starts realising, we're struggling for money here. We need more hours of work. Gets this job at this employment agency, and Tassie starts booming monstrously. Our house price doubles. Crazy. It was like 300K. We bought it for 300K with the loan and stuff. Yeah, and now it's worth 600K. All these mainlanders, blowflies, fly in because we've got the least lockdowns or whatever, and it booms, which is good. It's actually it's quite good. But what that means is obviously in an employment agency, they start getting hiring a lot of people, and they hired a couple of, like, I'd say foreign nationals who were loaded back in the home country kind of thing. Lots, very flashy, very poshy kind of thing. And she starts hanging out with these guys during work, which is, again, normal. I don't have any issues with that or whatever. She's done that forever. That's what happens in workplaces. Bit different when I started hanging out with women, because in the army she never had to worry about that, but all of a sudden I'm in offices with women. That caused ripple here and there, but I'd always lived with that, so it wasn't such a big deal to me, and we got through that ripple. So someone in June 2020, I'm gonna say 2021, it might have been June 2020, I have a bit of a real down period. I'm reflecting on some of the things that I experienced on that last deployment with that particular guy, and I just wake up in a foul kind of mood, like don't talk to me today. Like I'd got up the night before, looked after the kid. Yep. What I did is I went to the local footy club, the one I used to play for, and just watched the game, kicked the footy with the kids that run the water, cracked a few jokes, and then started coming home that night, and I got KFC, which is, it was rare for me. It's very rare. I've never done it since. Hadn't done it before. Maybe I shouldn't have never done it. But I bought KFC, and I bought a 6-pack of it was like Cougars or something, whatever was on special. And I'm not even a big drinker either. I'd never done that before either. So I can see why she was rattled a little bit. But I go home, I open up the computer, and I just watch it was like a movie, Ben Affleck movie, I think. And I think something that also stemmed into it is she'd been going through my phone and finding messages with people that I'd been messaging that didn't matter to any, like, you know what I mean? There was nothing there. It was irrelevant. It was a school friend who I hadn't spoken to either for 10 years. And she just had a kid, and I'd run into her somehow, and we started talking a little bit again, and she just loves football. So I'd talk footy when we're watching the footy, and cricket, because I'd watch Big Bash League. I don't like playing cricket, but I love watching the Big Bash League. And she had a lot of issues with that. And I was like, look, you just got to trust me. Like, I've never done anything wrong. When I was over in the army, you'd always make sure all the guys who I was with, like, you dictate who I hung out with because you knew who the trouble was, things like that. You've got to trust me. And so that's played into it a lot as well. I think she rekindled that sort of issue. And also it was dark, Tassie, winter, seasonal depression kind of thing. And I'm thinking about this fella. So I spend this day at the footy. I come back. I'm eating like a 3-piece feed or something. And I've got like 1 can of Cougars, and I've drunk maybe 2 mouthfuls while I'm watching this movie. And out of nowhere, my brother and my 2 parents turn up. And it's like she's called an intervention on me. And I'm like, what? Like, I don't think I've drunk alcohol for like 3 years. Like, is it because I'm eating KFC? Like, shit, I'm guilty. So they come in, and I'm just like, wow, they don't need this stress. My mum's got cancer. Like, I don't need her worrying about me having one bad day in probably 6 years. Like, I enjoyed moving back to Tassie, really. So I sort of locked myself in a room, and I'm just like, how could you do that? How could you put my issues onto my parents? I tell my parents to leave. They don't want to leave, but I'm like, hey, Mum, Dad, I don't remember your parents being around every time you guys were in a bad mood. This isn't how it works. Just because we moved back to Tassie doesn't give you the right to impose yourself into our relationship. And credit to them, they left. They got in the car and they left, and I'm grateful that they did that. But she obviously we had a bit to work through on that incident. In the same sort of area, these new guys have started working where she works, and she starts changing her behaviours that I start noticing. All of a sudden, she's getting coffees outside of work. She's getting her nails done, which it never happened. Which you'd know if someone you were with was getting their nails done from the start, it would be odd if they'd stopped.
Yeah.
But she never got her nails done. This dude turns up. One of them turns up in his car because she wants to see his Mercedes. When have you ever been interested in some dude's car? So he turns up at the house, comes in, says hi to the kid, and I'm just like, "What are you doing here?" And she gets in the car and they drive like 60 k's out to a pub, have a lunch.
He came into your house.
Came into my house, yeah. Drives out, goes there, and I'm just biting my tongue. I'm like, "Fuck, none of this is right. This isn't sitting right with me." But okay, I don't like how she does it to me, so I'm not going to do it to her. I'm just going to sit on it a little bit. Maybe it'll fizzle out. So she comes home from work one day and she's like, "Oh, such and such spoke to me today. He's worried that these new guys are, making a play for me." And I'm like, "Oh, look, they're probably just lonely. They've come from another country. Tassie's different. It's spaced out. Happy for you to give them a chance." That's what I said. And then so that happens. Then she's still seeing these appointments for that child sexual abuse case. She wraps up her appointments, basically wraps them up. This is pretty much straight after that wedding trip where she spent with her sister. And she says to me, "Hey, I just want you to know we've come across a big thing in my therapy today. I actually like women now." And I was like, "Oh, yeah, okay." She's like, "I'm not going to leave you, but yeah, I like women now." And I was like, "Yeah, all right, let's just work through that." I had a bit of a theory where women can like women. It's like someone liking a sports car, but men can't like men. Kind of. It was just something I'd heard a corporal say at one time. I tried to play it off, but odd. And looking back with my partner since, we think that's a bit of a probing. So if we can push him away.
Okay.
Or maybe throw him off, yeah. Because the sex drive just threefold. It was crazy. Her sex drive went up through the roof too. So I'm going to work saying, "I think she's trying for another kid. I think we're going to have another kid." How wrong could I have been? But I was literally saying to my trainees at the time and my friend that I was messaging through for the football and cricket when we're talking that stuff, I was saying, "Oh yeah, I think we're having another kid. It'd be good for him to have another."
How old's the young fella now? 3, 4?
2021. You're 2.
Oh, still 2. Yeah,
yep.
Two.
And yeah, so I'm talking about that, and they're sort of interested in it. And then she starts doing all these night walks as well. She starts getting real concerned with her image, which I wasn't. I mean, once you see them I think you mentioned a little bit of it as well. Once you see them give birth, you kind of see them differently anyway. I'm almost like, just keep trying, stay healthy for everyone. That's mainly what I care about.
Was the night walk because she was meeting with someone?
Well, I think she was making phone calls to people. Yeah, to maybe because she'd send me photos of the skyline, which can be nice, at the top of hills that she would never have walked up. If I tried to say, "Hey, let's go for a walk to do some exercise," I would be the worst man in the world because I'd suggested that we're going to walk up this ridiculous hill. Yeah. But because she's talking the whole way, not thinking where she is, she'd send these photos of Tassie's you may or may not remember, it's very hilly, Tassie. So she's taking all these nighttime walks. I'm going for runs. So again, I'm like, "Oh yeah, all right, no big deal. I'll go for a run, come back. You go for a walk, come back." She's sending me photos on these walks too. And then I always sort of hear her conversations end before she come back into the house. And I thought she was calling her friend, and I think she was the one in Queensland actually, who was married to someone I went through my trade training with at the School of SIGs actually. Anyway, it gets to June 2021 still. We're in June 2021, early June 2021, and I get a text message from her. I'm actually looking at my computer screen for presents for her birthday, which is mid to early July. And I'm looking at like sex toys kind of thing. Like I'm like, oh, maybe she wants to spice it up a bit because the sex drive's gone crazy. Had a room ready to book. These are all tabs I had open at the time. I remember my trainee sitting right next to me. I loved having trainees. These guys were legends. Shout out to the trainees. Yeah, and I'm sitting there. I'm looking at gifts together. I'm going to sort of spend a little bit of money, like, you know, because we're tight. So I'm like, oh, $300 would be freaking a good birthday for her for what we've had in the last few years. And she sends through a picture, and I'm like, "What's this?" And it was a jacket, a Tommy Hilfiger jacket, like a big orange one. And I don't know nothing about clothes or nothing. You can see like this is my carry on clothes, and my partner dresses me now. And I'm like, Tommy Hilfiger, like, isn't that like, that's a pretty epic brand? And this dude's bought her a jacket, and I'm like, oh, whoa, just hold on a second, like. You've had dudes offer you clothes and stuff in the past, like when you worked at gyms or childcare centres, and people have brought you gifts, and you've handed it back straight away. Why are you taking this guy's jacket? And why does it have to be so like?
So it was a photo of her wearing it? And she
no, it was just a jacket gifted up to her, and I'm like, it just feels a bit disrespectful, like particularly because I'm doing the maths with everything that's ticking in, the coffees, the nail, the makeup.
What Nasho was his foreigner.
Indian.
Yep. Yeah.
They both. There was two of them, but there was one in particular that. So I'm like, okay, why? And she said, "Oh, it's for my birthday." I'm like, your birthday's like a month away. Like I'm looking now. Like, is he just going to give you another thing on your birthday? I don't think this is right. And then I was like, oh, she's like, no, you just need to trust me. I trust you now because of my therapy to talk to my female friend that I talk football with and cricket. I'm like. You might say you trust me, but you're going through my phone every 2 months. Like, you don't actually trust me. I'm not going through your shit. I never have. And I don't think this is very respectful. Imagine if, because let's just say that jacket costs $300, like what I was going to buy her. Imagine if I spend that $300 to go camping with my friend for her birthday. How would you feel? It would be it's not trust, it's disrespect. There's got to be an element of that in the relationship. And she just says, stop getting upset about this. It's no big deal. And I'm like, it is a big deal to me. Like, I've actually got to say something now because all this stuff's added up. And I'm not like a conflict seeking. I wasn't then anyway. I wasn't a conflict seeking kind of dude. I was like the anti-commando for that sort of stuff. Like, some people join for the adrenaline. I joined just to show people that I could do it, kind of thing. So I come home that night and I'm like, dirty on her. Like, I'm not going to talk because I don't like, if I get upset with someone, and a lot of people, I reckon a lot of guys are the same in this actually. If I get upset with someone, I just don't talk to them because I worry I might say something I don't need to say.
That's what my partner does, yeah.
Yep. Or I escalate.
Yep.
Or I might. So I came home, didn't even look at her, grabbed my keys, got changed. I went out and I spent $50 on a pokie machine because I haven't done that in 3 or 4 years either. Yep. I was just like, I just got to get out of the house, breathe. Yep. And then go back. Then I come back later that night and she's just sleeping in the room with the boy. And I sleep in my room. And then the next night was a Friday. So that was a Thursday night. Next night was a Friday night. I come home from work. I think I went to the gym or something. And she left. Just left. I think I got a message that night saying that she's going somewhere safe. She'll be safe. But she left. And it was like a storm, like a Tassie storm.
Like packed up and left, or just left the...
Just left with the boy and grabbed a couple things. And so I'm like, oh man, like shit, like I've never gotten that bad before. Usually I sleep on the couch or in the spare room. But she's actually left here. So I'm like, oh, I'm not going to cave. I don't want to start anything. I'll just wait a little bit. On the Sunday night, I get a message and she's saying things like, all right, I'm coming back now. But we've got some stuff we need to talk about. And I was like, hey, I'm still pissed off. If you're safe, I'm happy for you to stay there for another night or two. Because I'm just not, I'm still dirty. Because I'm thinking about it more now. I'm ruminating on it. I'm like, fuck, that's right. She's done that with him. Oh, she's doing that with him. And then like he's transferring money to our joint account for stuff. I'm like, what's going on here? So this is where it sort of starts
spiraling.
Yeah.
Yep.
So then she doesn't come back, and I'm like, okay, again, fine. I move all of her stuff into the spare room. Like I'm like, all right, when you do come back, purely because you've ran away with our kid, and I haven't even seen a photo or heard that he's safe. We got some things we have to work through. You can be in this room. I'll be in this room, which is the main room still.
Has she cut comms, or she talks
just like a one message,
here and
one
there?
message on the Friday night when she left, and then the one message on the Sunday, and then I replied that. So then I go to reserves on the Tuesday night.
That's when she comes back.
She comes into the house.
Tactic play.
Yep. And grabs a few things. Basically strips all of his stuff and smashes a couple of I'll say memorabilia stuff that we had from our relationship memorabilia. She smashes them in the door. Like I come back, I'm like, what? It's all been smashed. And I'm just sort of doing the maths. I'm like, fuck, this is odd now. Like this is about sort of 20th June kind of thing, that kind of week. And that's basically it. That's the separation there. That's what's happened. And I start panic attacks start happening straight away. I don't know. I imagine you've probably experienced some of them where your heart feels like an elephant's treading on you.
I had one when I saw my daughter for the first time going to the contact centre. But is there a difference between panic attack and an anxiety attack?
There probably is, but where it feels like you can't expand your chest enough. I've had a couple of different things like that, and they start then. And I'm like sitting in my cold empty house. It's not empty just yet. I'm sitting in this house, and I'm like lighting the fire, and every car that drives past, man, I'm like high alert. Like, is that them? Is that my boy? Is that my wife? And that just goes on, man. Like, and that just it's like a traumatized dog. The cold is freezing cold. It's dark. I start reading books because I work in IT at schools. They always put them in libraries. So I start reading classic books. So yeah, that would probably be the quote for this. Actually, one of the books I read it was boring as shit, but one of the quotes was, "The eyes of society keep evil in check." And I'm like, that's what this podcast is about. Like, you got to get society looking at this stuff to keep it in check. Music, I started listening to old school gospel music. I'm not really religious or anything. I'm philosophical. But I was listening to Hank Williams, Johnny Cash. Johnny Cash helped probably millions of men. But his gospel-y stuff. And I started hitting the gym real hard whilst I'm sort of moping around the house. This is probably a week in. And then my dad tries to reach out to me. He says, "Hey, I can talk to my ex. I can talk to your ex. Your ex wants you to know this." And I say, I can't take any communication from anyone but her because she is the conduit to my boy. Please don't involve yourself in this. If she's asking for support from you, please support her because it's that's my boy as well, or our boy as well. Please support her, but please don't pass messages. I need to be able to communicate with her directly. And we've blocked Messenger at this point, but we're moving to text messages. And that was my call because I was like, I don't know if Messenger, if you're going to be able to save the messages. I don't want messages being deleted. So hot warning for anyone out there using Snapchat and stuff, I'd probably lean towards something where you can archive it. And so I moved to text messages and emails. It's been about 2 weeks. So the late 20th of maybe 28th of June, 27th of June, I'm out dismantling. I'm still working on the obstacle course. I'm building out the pack like an idiot. And my phone dings, and half my savings are gone. We didn't have many savings. We didn't have much, but half it's all gone. I'm like, what? So I changed the password. I didn't know anything about this. I didn't get worded up. Changed the password on it, thinking, what's going on there? We had a joint account, and that's actually, sorry to rewind a bit. When we first moved up to Sydney, she got rid of all of her personal accounts and used only the joint account. So she only used my logins then too. So she got rid of her own login, the NetBank logins, that sort of stuff. So she was logging in with my details for the banks from 2010. Easy. From maybe 29 even. Maybe while we're living together in Melbourne. So she's taken half the money. I changed the password, and then I go back in to sort of see what's going on. And I got an email from her, and that's calling it. She's saying it's done. I can't live in that house anymore.
What's the time frame now? How long has it
been? It's been from the 17th of June to the 27th, 28th of June. So it's been 2 weeks.
Yep.
I haven't seen him. I got a random video call once, and she was out on the town. It was nighttime. It was freezing cold with the kid, with these dudes. He was wearing all these brand new clothes. I'm like, what? Like, it's like they'd bought all these clothes for him and stuff.
Well, she video called you by accident or on purpose?
Nah, it was like, I think it was on purpose to show off
Yeah.
that, you know, she's having fun while I'm opening in the house.
Was it
Like,
evil?
dead inside. And then, so I sort of say no more phone calls either. No more video calls. If you're going to do that, like, he shouldn't be out at that time of night anyway, in the middle of winter. It's freezing, it's freaking cold. It was at the wharf as well, which probably means nothing to you, but it's deep waters in Hobart.
I've been down there, yeah.
You've seen the wharf there, yeah. Like, it's dangerous, man. People die at that wharf quite a bit. They fall in and they drown. Anyway, so I get that email and I'm like, okay, look, I'm pretty robust kind of guy. So I reply, I accept it. I'm sad. I was with you till death. I stood by that. I was never gonna waver. And but let's help each other move forward now for the sake of both of us and the child. In essence, I mean, I could show it later, but that was in essence. All right. So after that email, that would have been a Saturday or a Sunday, or maybe it would have been a Saturday. It's probably a Sunday. I think it was a Sunday. She decides to come around to the house and tell me and have a meeting with me. And I'm like, okay, yep, sure, come around. Let's have a conversation if you like. She comes into the house. She's dressed like something I'd never seen before, like Pat Benatar rock star style, chewing on gum, nails done, hair up. Like, it was almost like an intimidation. You know the chicks do for UFC where they dress up. It was like that. Storms into the house, sits down, starts making a cup of tea, starts having a conversation with me. And like, one of the first things she starts with was, "I'll never fear you." And I'm like, okay. Like, random? Yeah, sure. Okay, cool. And then she starts going on about how we need to sort out property. And I'm like, oh, look, I just want to see my boy. Like, can we just start that? And she's like, property first. Locks it down. Property. It's got to be property first. And I'm like, okay, look, well, what do you want to do about the house? Like, how about I pay for private school for his whole life and I keep the house? You know what I mean? Like, we can split this where everyone's a winner kind of thing. Or, you know, we sell it in other ways, or we rent it out. You know, it doesn't have to be burn everything down. I'd like to stay here because this is where he was born and he loves this house. You've already said in your email that you can't live here. What's the harm in me staying here? And she's like, nah, you need to talk to a lawyer. And I'm like, what? She's like, haven't you spoken to a lawyer yet? I was like, lawyer? No. I haven't spoken to no lawyer yet. And she's like, you need to talk to a lawyer. So that was basically that meeting. And I was like, she's like, you can see your boy tomorrow. Or maybe it was the next week. It was July the 2nd was the date. You can see your boy July the 2nd at the park, the local park, for 1 hour. And I'm going to be there watching you. And I was like, okay. Because you just like, man, I haven't fucking seen him. Yeah, that's right. You know, it's the common theme. You're just desperate. So you accept it. I'm like, yeah, all right. Go there. We have a good time at the park. I'm holding him. We didn't sort of get uncivil or anything. She says this is how it's going to be until she decides otherwise. And I'm just like, well, that's not really fair, but okay. Funnily enough, the next weekend was her birthday. I get overnight straight away.
Of course.
I'm like, oh, now you're going to go out partying. You know, you want to get a bite on, you want to get a bit of a crack at me. Whatever. I got my kid for the night. I know it's only 3 weeks in or whatever it is. I was just like, fuck yeah, I got him for a night. This is going to happen. It's going to be all right. It's going to settle down and it's all going to sort of sweep over. I should mention this. Before she left that meeting where she came around looking like the rock star, as we were walking out to the car, I was like, oh, look, I just wish you the best. You know, I've loved you. I've loved you the whole time. You might not have felt it, but I was trying to give that to you. But all right, well, let's just be good friends for the sake of the boy. And maybe you can even help me find my next partner. I probably shouldn't have said that because I think she cried in the car for the next 15 minutes. My partner thinks I was ruthless for moving on so quick. But to me, it was black and white in an email, which I think a lot of particularly veterans and defence guys. Clear, she made a stance. Yeah, she couldn't live in the house. She'd already run away with the kid. So I was never gonna give her another chance. Because that was another thing my dad said. He kept giving the ex chances and she just used it to get more out of him, juice him, like squeeze him dry. So yeah, I've said that and I've started moving on now. I'm like, fine. I'm nervous. I've only ever really been with one woman since 18 to now. If I don't move on quick, it's going to be some demon. A monkey I'm never going to be off my back. So I get onto like online dating straight up. Some freaking weird story. That's a whole nother podcast in itself. But I start moving on. But she's taken the laptop from that Tuesday night.
Here we go.
I reckon she had access to all my shit, and she was seeing that, and she was getting hurt by me moving on, even though she was telling me it was over.
This was the laptop you bought off your mate.
No, this is another one now.
Yeah,
That one's died. I've got like they're called Chromebooks. They're not even real laptops. They're just open up. You got a browser, and there's no real security on it. Yeah, and she was using all my passwords anyway, and going through all my stuff all the time anyway, because I didn't care. I got nothing to hide. So I started moving on. I started going on dates, feeling sick because like I'd never been with someone else, and then eventually just going to other stuff. And this legal process starts because I'm all right. I need to email a lawyer. So I emailed the lawyer we had to help us buy the house, and they didn't respond at all. And I'm like, oh, that's fucking weird. Like, what's to go there? So, all right. So then I email another lawyer, and that takes a week before I go in and meet. Turns out she'd already gone to that first lawyer that helped us buy the house, and they don't like if there's a conflict of interest and I'll let her represent you, sort of thing.
Yeah.
And that's fine, but at least fucking tell me.
That's right.
You just wasted a week of my life because I thought you'd at least say, hey, sorry, you need to find someone else. But no, they didn't. So that was like, I was like, fuck, that was a dog move. So I get this other lawyer. I go in, I visit him. There's two like female solicitors sitting there, and they're like, tell us your story. Told them the story. And they said, look, we think you're a chance for 50-50 custody. You don't have anything against you. You don't have drug issues, alcohol issues, or like criminal history. You got a solid job. This should be all right. If you need to fight, let's start ticking off with the property. That's what she wants. That's what they always want. Let's go with that. And the lawyers want that too because that's how they get the money.
Of course.
Because they put in trust. They just charge you to the trust. So you don't know what money you're spending. So when she dropped him off on that first birthday night, I gave her, I don't know how I stumbled on it. Like this is another common theme. So pass and selection, like you can be as prepared as you possibly can, but you still need a bit of luck. Like David Goggins could blow his knee out the first day and not get through. You know what I mean? Then there you go, career done.
Yeah.
You still need luck. And with this family court stuff, you still need luck. You need luck for a lot of it. So by whatever luck, I stumbled on Relationships Australia, and they had a parenting plan, and I read it up, and I done this draft, and the whole thing was, hey, I would like to suggest these two schools, they're Catholic co-educational schools that you've mentioned in the past. Let me know what you think. You know, I'd like to suggest this is how we build up to equal time, things like that. Like, it was suggestive, extremely suggestive. I handed her this parenting plan, and obviously that comes up later too. So now we're in sort of mid-July. I get a phone call from that law firm that I've gone and visited, and it's this lawyer who's just moved down with the COVID blow-in from the COVID influx, and he's moved down from Singleton. And I was like, hey, this could work. I reckon he's come across some diggers in the time. It probably helps to have, because there's no army in Tassie. It helps to have someone who knows the veteran stuff. And like straight away, calls me up. He's like, hey, look, I'm new to Tassie. I'm looking for clients. He's in that firm. I might be a good fit for you. How'd you like that? And I was like, yeah, that sounds great, mate. You've got something that we can build rapport over. He's already got like good humor. Like I remember I was saying something. He called me up. I'm like, mate, you're just calling me so that I pay for your lunch kind of thing. He's like, mate, you're buying my boat. Turns out I bought his old law firm. But anyway, so we built that rapport straight away. And he was straight up. He's like, look, there are some dirtbag veterans out there that I've represented that I just don't do it. I just cut it away straight away. He goes, I'm just by the book. And I reflected on a few things, and I thought, I need someone by the book because I want to be able to live with myself afterwards. And that sort of comes to the army stuff too. Some of the boys that might have crossed the moral boundaries that can't live with themselves. I feel like that contributes a little bit too to the suicide epidemic or whatever you want to call it. So I'm with this lawyer who's by the book. We start writing these letters. As you've raised, and all of them have raised, they're coming in at 5:30 on a Friday, of course. Yeah, Friday, and they're full of shit that you're trying to digest over a weekend by yourself in a cold house where you haven't seen your kid. Or even I was getting my kid then, the weekends for that 24-hour period. And so you can't really digest it anyway, but just that sour taste that you're living with. And you're like, how can they put these in letters? How can they be allowed to put these in letters?
So the lawyers, when they first saw you, they said, "Look, do you think you're a good chance for 50-50?
Yep.
There's no, and now all of a sudden allegations. Is this when the allegations start coming in? Not yet.
Well, I think they have, but I haven't seen them yet. Yeah. So, so she's got a buyer for the house apparently, and I'm like, oh, okay, fine. I'll sacrifice. I'll not sacrifice. I'll accept the fate. And then that buyer falls through, and she's like, oh, you need to buy the house now. And I'm like, that wasn't what was going to happen. Like I talked about some stuff, like maybe I pay out the rest of the loan, or I take that loan on that's left for me.
The loan in both your names, right?
It was in both their names. Yeah. Yep. And she's like, nah, fine. I'm gonna go find a real estate agent. You know, why do you make things so difficult? That sort of stuff starts getting a bit narky because I think she's realised I've started to move on a little bit. So she finds this real estate agent. This is probably the real kicker where something was an issue that I actually had to sort of raise after.
Really quick. So had she slept with the Indian dude?
I don't know. I don't know at this point. I don't know at this point in the story.
Okay.
I probably can't confirm it now, but there was some things that we'll get to that probably points to yes.
Yep.
So there's this real estate agent that she gets. He comes around to the house, and I haven't seen my kid obviously in the week, and I'm sort of playing with him while she's there, and the real estate agent's there, and the kid's there, and she's talking to him about what's going to happen with selling the house, and I'm playing with my kid that I haven't seen, and she and in that conversation, I just say, hey, just do whatever you need to do to get this house sold, whatever makes it happy, like a run off of the tongue kind of thing. Of course, because I was too busy stopping my toddler, like you see, doing crazy stuff. And then goes away. I get the sort of agreement, real estate agreement. I take that to my lawyers because I'm like, hey, I've never seen one of these before. They're like, oh, that's standard. They weren't even really interested in it. Just sign it. It's fine. And I'm like, okay, so I'll sign it. And it goes through the process of getting photos. So I'm prepping the house for the photos. I'm prepping the house for the open homes. And I'm sort of making sure I'm getting the dog out of there when they're coming through the house. Was the plan for the photos anyway. And all of a sudden, this real estate agent, so he was messaging me because I took time to go see the lawyers to get that form signed. So he's messaging me directly, emailing me, sending me text messages. And eventually I sign it, give it to him, and then nothing. I don't hear a single thing from this real estate agent. He's only communicating with her. Yeah, only communicating with her. He starts going through my house while I'm not there. She starts going through my house while I'm not there. Her dad starts going through the house when I'm not there. The house is obviously getting stripped every time they go through it. At one of the handovers, I remember this. She's like, do you use this NutriBullet? And I was like, yeah, I do. Like when I have the boy, like I make him a little banana smoothie. It's like one of the bonding things we do. Okay, I won't touch it. Next day, she goes in and grabs it, takes everything. So then I find, like, you know when kids get their little photo, like they press their feet in paint and put it on paper? Yeah. Yep. That's the only thing I got left in the house of my boy.
She took it.
I put it up on the wall. Yeah, next time they go through, takes it.
Should have changed the locks, bro. That's what I did.
So this is what happened. So I'm like I'm doing some IT course, and I'm seeing like I had a security camera.
Got CCTV.
By some miracle, yeah, I had a security camera that worked because they don't always work. And I'm seeing these guys going through the house. I'm like, and I'm missing my passport now at this point too. Like I'm missing all my documents. So I start chain locking the door and sneaking out the back window. By chain locking that door, the real estate agent can't get in anymore. And he's looking like an absolute idiot with his clients that he's walking through the house, and he's not communicating with me. And I'm sending emails at this point too. I've asked him 2 or 3 times, start communicating with me, please. I need to know when you're going through the house. Like I need to prep the house.
The slimy cunt.
Yeah, but there's nothing in the house either, so I was looking kind of tidy. So I lock the door, and a sale falls through because essentially I've locked the door and I've snuck out the backyard, the bathroom. I mean, I'm climbing out of the bathroom window at 31 years of age because, however old I was, I think 31. I'm like, this shouldn't be how life is. Eventually, he snaps with her and says, I need to communicate to both of you. I shouldn't have been doing this in the first place. And he starts communicating with me as well.
What was his excuse? Did he give you a reason?
Well, this is the thing. I ended up putting a complaint into the real estate board. It was put out all the emails, said this is what's going on. How is this? Like I signed that real estate agreement that we're all like treated equal. Basically, in that agreement, it says any members who own the house have to be treated equally and all that sort of stuff. And they just fob it off in the end. But we got some good information out of that, and that was that she had told him things that I wasn't able to. That she was in a domestic violence relationship. Of course, that's what she told him, and so that's why he immediately sided with her. I put in bad reviews about it because when he wasn't communicating with me, I was like, well, what am I going to do? I need to get your attention. Bad review. This guy does not communicate. Do not use this guy if you need to sell your house because he's not communicating offers with me and I'm losing money as a result. Not that it matters because it's all going, it all goes on lawyers anyway. But
speaking of which, I'll pull it right there.
Yep.
Bronson Burgoyne, Gold Coast.
Good one.
No, piece of shit. I'll say he transferred 40. I paid 12 months lease up front.
Yep.
12 months rent up front.
Yep.
Remember?
Yep.
Yeah.
And she
And that
transferred the
piece of shit,
35K or whatever. Didn't even give you the call.
So if you're watching this YouTube or anyone, tag him in it because you're a fuckwit. But anyway, sorry, man.
So well, anyway, no, don't be sorry, man. This is the shit. This is what it's about. So this real estate agent has fucked my life basically at that point. I'm not saying I'm a kid really. I mean, I feel a little bit unworthy in some cases. Some of the guys that you've had on this show, man, it's heartbreaking. It's all relative, of course, to everyone, but fuck, it's not fair. I'm lucky. I still was seeing him a little bit, It's never really hit any of those levels, but there's this sort of snakiness is what needs to get called out. Really, this is what this one's about.
Absolutely.
So he's only communicating with her. This sale's fallen through, and I get a text message from her dad, and he remember the dude who's now living in remote Tasmania, who lived with us when he was in his darkest times at my offer. He messaged me. He says, "Hey, I heard you don't want to sell the house. Like, that's all right. My daughter has invited me to come and stay at the house with my mates for the next few weeks to, make sure that so that we can do a course or whatever." It was a bullshit excuse. It was a clear threat by text message, mate. And I just replied something. I don't think I even replied anything. It was like a standard thing, like Lifeline or go and get help, mate. Like you don't need to do this. Yeah. Turns out also at this point, my ex is living with my parents at my parents' house. So when my parents are housing her, looking after her, giving her a bed, giving her food, he's here threatening me because of stuff that she's organised, right? But at the same time, I didn't find this out till later because I told Dad not to talk to me, and I'm still glad he did, even though I didn't know she was there for a fair chunk of it.
Yeah.
Because what would have happened if I'd have gone up there? It could have been ugly in front of them. Anyway, so she's living with them at this point.
Yeah.
And this house sale's fallen through, and he's accused me of the father's threatened me. I've told her, tell your dad not to threaten me. And yeah, so that then we go on to keep selling the house for a little bit. So I'm still sneaking out the back window until the real estate agent tells me when he's coming around now. So then I leave it unlocked for him to come through. So then we get to October, this October week. This is a massive play in my whole thing. It's probably done up in all the states, but show week comes up in October in Tasmania, in Hobart, and it's kind of like 2 public holidays. So a lot of people take the whole week off. Yeah. So I was like, got on the front foot. Hey, show week's coming up. I'm happy to take the whole week off. Would love to have our son for the whole week. Make up for some time, and to get this sort of stuff moving where it's not just that one night a week now. Let's build it up a little bit. And she's like, "Oh, nah, I'm gonna fly to Brisbane." I'm like, "What?" Like, "Yeah, I'm gonna fly to Brisbane. You can fly up on a different flight, and you can have your hour with him, or you can have your night with him while I'm in Brisbane." And I was like, "Oh, look, respectfully, there's no family in Brisbane for him, and it's COVID still. Like the COVID lockdowns were still sporadically happening. How about you just don't fly him to Brisbane, and I just watch him and you go to Brisbane? Like, I'll still be here. I'm not running away. That's not something I've ever thought of. You know where I live." And she basically just goes. So then this is a 3-week period where I don't see or hear anything about him. I start messaging her, sort of saying things like, because you've never been through any of this before. I'm like, "Hey, I think what you're doing is not right. I think it's not right by him. You know, how about you bring him back and stuff. And then I randomly get one more message from the father, and he's like, "You need to start paying for stuff, or maybe then you'll see the kid again."
Yeah.
I'm like,
Curse of
what?
control.
Is it? Yeah. I'm like, what? Because I receive messages from her asking for things, and I'm saying, yeah, I'll buy them all brand new. I'll give them to you. Or give me the receipts. You know, like just prove to me where this money's going, not on the lawyer that's chewing my ass out every Friday night, and I'll buy all the stuff because, you know, at the moment you're still taking it from my house anyway. There was no nappies left in my house when I had him. You know, there was no formula or whatever he was eating at the time, pouches. They're all gone because every time she'd come in, she'd take them all. Yeah, so I get that message and I'm just thinking, man, this isn't going well. So I call up Relationships Australia. Again, it was just by chance. I didn't know that the parenting plan I'd done before was actually part of the mediation stuff. And I book in mediation. And the closest, the quickest I could get was December. Yeah. Early December or mid-December. So I start counting down to mediation while she's in Brisbane, I believe. And she comes back in like the end of, I think it was the 30th of October. She comes back and she parks in the driveway so that I can't get out. This is the handover. I didn't even know the kid was coming this day with any certainty. She pulls up and storms into the house, like properly sort of storms in. Where is everyone? Where's the dog? Where's the dog? And I'm like, well, eventually I'm like, man, I don't even know where my kid's living right now. I think at this point she'd now moved out of my parents. So she's moved into I didn't know where. I'm like, I don't even know where my kid lives. You're trying to ask where the dog is. I'm like, how about you tell me where the kid lives and I'll tell you where the dog is. And she's like, I don't need to tell you where I live, you know, and I'm his priority carer and all this sort of stuff. And I start pulling out my phone because I'm like, holy shit, this is bad. I got to start filming this because
tempo's changed.
Yeah, I've got digger mates who got pushed around by their missus and they called the cops and the cops took them away in the cuffs. You know what I mean? Because you might have pushed them out of the way to get through the door. All of a sudden, you're the one going away. So I was like, fuck off. I'm going to pull out my phone. And I pull out my phone and she says, that's fine. You can film this. And I'm like, fuck. That paid off later on. She says, that's fine. You can film this. Like, I don't mind. I don't care. Where's the dog? And eventually I'm saying, the dog's up at my parents. So yeah, she must have moved out. The dog's up at my parents because there's an open home on Monday. This was Saturday. And I didn't even know my boy was coming around. And she's like, well, okay. This is about 20 minutes of that. I've called the police before then. And I'm like, I need you to come. There's something happening here. I just need you here. And man, the first time I called the police, it goes through like a WA number. So I hung up. I'm like, fuck, what the fuck? No one told me Triple O goes to WA police, not Tasmanian police. Eventually I call it again and I realise, and they come through. And that they don't rush for a DV thing. Like it's a 25, 30 minute wait, which is another thing that's worth raising at the end of all of this. They come out to the house, they take me outside, they talk to me, I say what happens. Her whole demeanor's changed, man. She's like in tears, like shaking sort of stuff, telling him I was SF, that sort of crap.
Train killer.
Yeah, all that stuff. And then eventually she leaves and I get the night with my boy. And then the next day when she comes to pick him up, she brings her dad and he stands like over me. And I'm just like, I put my phone in my
pocket.
Yeah, so it looks like I'm filming. I wasn't actually filming. I was just like, I need a bluff in a way here, and that gets sort of called out in court for bluffing because that's the coercive control apparently, not the dude who got out of the car and need to stand over me. So I start doing a bit of that, filming where I think it's all where I need to, but bluffing where also I don't feel like I need to. And immediately we start negotiating a different place to do handovers, which obviously I initiated because she locked me into the house and refused to leave and was just being an absolute asshole the whole time in front of him too. And then saying things like, and this is probably some clips I wouldn't mind sending through where she's just like, you've lost your rights to him. You know, you don't have a right to see him anymore. Saying that, I'm the priority carer, so I can do whatever I like, and you just need to basically comply to me. Yeah. That sort of shit. And that's the first time she says, she's talking to the boy, mummy leaves when she feels unsafe. She said something like that. That's why I left the relationship. Mummy's left because she felt unsafe. And I'm like, what? And I said something like, "Oh, you know, how would you feel if someone took you away from your dad when you were a kid?"
Yeah.
Or what about when I got up every single night while you weren't working? I was working full time.
Yeah.
I still got up every single night and I fed and held that kid and put him to sleep. You think it's okay by him just to rip me out of his life?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Just a bit of that. So we think she prepped a bit of this because she was messaging people while she was doing all this stuff. She prepped a bit of this with while she's in Brisbane with a friend. But probably 2 or 3 times throughout that video, she's told me it's okay to film.
You brought that footage?
I do, yeah. I got it, yeah.
Send it to my editor.
And that was so she's told me 2 or 3 times throughout that filming that it's okay to film. And again, this all comes up later. And I didn't even think that much of it. I was just filming so that I didn't get done for abusing her, like her whacking herself over there with a pan and blaming me. So that's that. We start doing the property like evaluations where you're assessing each other's property and what they've got.
Yep.
And this is something your podcast has delivered that I had never even contemplated. All of a sudden, she had money in an account, $5,000. And I thought that was the wedding ring, man. But everyone I was talking to was saying diamond rings don't sell. There's no resale value on diamond rings. If I paid $6,000 for a diamond ring, I'm not going to get $6,000 back for it. And I was like, where the fuck did this $5,000 come from? And I was like, oh no, she's got a cousin who works in a jeweler who probably actually paid her that much.
Came from me, the taxpayer.
Well, again, nothing's been confirmed. But so that was the first thing that raised my eyebrows. I was like, where the fuck's this $5,000 come from? Anyway, obviously I got starched in the property settlement, settled for, I think I got like 42% or something. She got 58 for super because, like, man, where Army Super is so freaking good. I was earning at least double what she earned because you go through all the tax stuff. I was earning at least double what she earned, if not triple. And that's not even counting when you deploy because none of that gets taxed. That was probably quadruple. But they wanted to split the super. They wanted to even it out. And I was like, well, you know what? She was there when I failed selection, when I came back, and I was pissing myself, crying like a bitch. Like, she was there holding my hand. So I felt, fair's fair. She was probably entitled to it. She took the good with the bad, just like I did. So, we split super. So we offered her, like, I think it was 120K or something. It's like, here's 120K of the super. And they were like, nah, we want it independently assessed. And we were like, oh my God, that's going to cost us more money. Sure. Got it independently assessed. She ended up with 80, so suck shit. Fuck it, dickhead.
That's a good.
And then I think I like bad reviewed a freaking lawyer for that.
Yeah,
I was like, what an idiot loses 50 or 40 grand like that. But it set the tone, man. That set the tone, man, massively. Obviously started dating again at this point, and that's where a lot of that incident come about too. Where are you going with him? If you're going to take him, where are you going? How can I possibly leave my son with you if you don't know where you're going to go? And I'll be like, well, I didn't know he was going to turn up today. I didn't even know you were going to be here. Just know he's safe with me like he always is. I'll go to my parents. How about that? Nah. Well, how about you follow me? No, I would never do that. Like just framing stuff, man. You might see it later anyway. I'll send it through probably. And then, so then the handovers get moved to the wharf, that wharf spot. And I'm like, that is the most ridiculous place to do the handovers. Yeah. I was like, how about we do it at a park, so that he can be playing at the park and we just swap out. He's not impacted by it. Yeah. Mate, the trauma that kid's gone through as a 2-year-old, driving into town, man, I don't want to go to mummy's, like full-blown meltdowns in the car because he's only seeing me once a week. And it might have gone the other way as well. The point is, it shouldn't have been there. It should have been somewhere where he's distracted. We're going to the park. You get to go play at the park. Daddy will be there. And then make it easy on him. Absolute refusal to do anything but there because of her safety. All of a sudden, this starts coming in. I need the public place. I need the cameras. I'm like, if you need cameras, film. You've got my permission. Film every handover. I'll film them too. Let's keep it safe that way. But nah, it had to be public. So this kid is breaking down in tears in front of all these, because it's a tourist place. You've been there. It's all these tourists are seeing this 2-year-old kid break down in tears twice a week at handovers. It's just bullshit, man.
Yeah.
Anyway, so that happens. And then online dating stuff, I'm not sure how much if you've ever spent time on it. Like that gets a bit toxic too. Like the dopamine hit, sitting up all night waiting for that ping. And it's kind of like, oh man, this is almost more bad than good in a way, especially when you find yourself in some of the random places that you can find yourself into. So I cut that away. Basically, I'm like, nah, I'll cut that away. I'll just focus on one person at a time in there instead of sort of trying my luck. And then eventually I've come across my new partner. But just before we get to that, the mediation happens in early December. So this mediation happens. I go in there, and I'm like, I'm all right. And one of the ladies I'd seen from online things was there too for her kids.
Way.
So I'm like hiding behind the pot plants, thinking, "Fuck! Like, is this a setup? Like, this is where your mind's at." I'm like, "Fuck! She's put out some sort of honeypot to find out shit about me and use it against me." So I'm panicking already because I'm even calling my trainee. I'm like, "Mate, this fucking bird's here. She's gonna fucking. I'm done if they find out about her." Anyway, didn't happen. I was just being like panicky, like you do when you're in this situation and you live in this life. Going to mediation, mate. One night a year until year 7, and I was like, "Are you kidding me?" Like, I had my work laptop there. I was just like punching out help desk tickets, and they're like, "One night a year to year 7." I was like, "No, that doesn't work." She's like, "Okay, when you get to year 7, then you can have 2 nights, but it's got to like you're not going to get that weekend night anymore." And I'm like, "No, why is 50-50 not the start point here?"
Yeah, I know.
And it was supposed to be 15 minutes each, mate. I'd get 6 minutes. 45 minutes in with her, you know what I mean? Like, and then they'd come back and they'd write on the whiteboard and they'd say most things settle in mediation, like you've seen before. And then it clicked. I'm like, it settles in mediation because people can't afford it. They're driven broke, or they just can't. You can't cope with it. Going back to the army stuff, I'm the most stubborn dude that's ever gone for SF, and even I'm freaking struggling. Like, and that's not even big noting myself. This is just bullshit that people shouldn't have to go through. So I'm going through this, and I get the 60I certificate, which you heard before, the next day. And as soon as I get that certificate, I call child support. And I'm like, I need to pay child support. And because that was the plan. Once mediation's failed, this is when I'm going to kick in and pay child support because it looks bad in front of the court that you're not paying child support, even though what you want to do is see your bloody kid. That should be what looks bad. Call child support and I start paying child support pretty much straight away. And I know you've had issues with them, and a lot of the other people have. I didn't really. Just the waiting times to get on was pretty shit. Actually, I've noticed the waiting times are worse now. They know my number though. I feel like when I was a fresh number, it was like straight through. But anyway, and they even said keep fighting for him. The lady on the child support phone call. But anyway, so I've called child support, started paying that. But then I get this letter on another Friday night. This is like coming into Christmas from her fucking lawyer saying that I walked out on mediation. I didn't make an attempt, and man. Panic attacks, anxiety, because like you're told from day one, if you don't make efforts of mediation and you don't get this certificate.
We get the certificate anyway, so.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, I was panicking. I was like, has she got some different certificate? Is she being told something else from Relationships Australia that they're going to be able to submit, and it's going to be another thing that's going to fuck me over? Turns out, so then I called Relationships Australia, asked them to investigate. Like, I need you to confirm for me we both got the same certificate, that we both made a genuine attempt. And they did. So again, thanks to Relationships Australia for that. And then I complained about this lawyer to the lawyer board. Like I've done all these professional. I'm not like an academic, even though I've got my degree in philosophy. There's a lot of thinking, not much writing. I've written so many official complaints now. None of them have done anything. You get more luck taking shit back to Target and complaining about a stain than you will with any of these official boards that just protect themselves. So I wrote a complaint. I said lawyers it breaches her conduct. Like solicitor conduct rules or something, which is like they're not allowed to be mouthpieces. They got a duty to the court, duty to the truth, and they were like, "Oh yeah, she fucked up, but it's not a big enough issue to reprimand her." And I was like, oh, "Of course." Anyway, property settled. We got the house. We got about double what we paid for the house, and paid off the loan obviously and split the stuff. And then child support started coming out. All these messages I start sending now, I start getting help from people that are around me. Like, hey, can you read this and make sure it's okay to send this? This isn't like inflammatory, that sort of stuff. So I just want to shout out to everyone that helped me with that shit because it matters that you don't, because you're not thinking straight, man. You're home all night, you're up all night, dopamine hits, that sort of shit. And he comes around on one of the Saturdays with like a massive gash out the back of his head. This would have been late in 2021 this is in the same sort of era.
Yep.
And he's got this massive cut in the back. His head's been glued back together. Like they use glue instead of stitches or something at that age. And I'm like, what happened to this? Like I take a photo of it, I send it through to her. I'm like, what happened to his head? And nothing. You know? And I'm like, fuck. Like he's complaining about a headache and shit. Like, you know, chirp on a bit. What's happened? You know, nothing. Later on, I find out he's fallen off at daycare, off a slide or something, and she took him to daycare the very next day. I mean, he could have stayed home with my parents, but she was refusing to let them see him too. So then another one that come up was in the car park at one of those drop-offs at Muir's there. Oh, sorry, at the wharf. I bought, because I was just like a stickler for shit. I can be sometimes. I was buying like parking tickets, like a receipt. But she was sitting around and then she'd wait. Like she only done it once. And she tried to paint a narrative that I'd been late. She waited like 20 minutes and then messaged me 20 minutes after handover saying, "You were late. Don't be late again." I'm like, just sent the picture of the receipt. Like, here's the parking ticket. Like, what are you trying to do? Like, and that was another. You're just setting. What am I up against here?
Yeah.
You start thinking.
Scraping the bottom of the barrel, these little petty and spiteful.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Man, I like. She stood by me through all that shit for all the time. 4 years away, empty beds for her. Waiting for me to come home. How can you do that? How can you? How could you not be? How could you be starting to do this shit? It didn't line up with who she was, and I still probably am in disbelief with who she's become. Jem obviously coming with a fresh set of eyes. Doesn't say it like that, but anyway, she can't comprehend that I didn't spot that, and that's why I think the honeymoon periods have glossed over all these little things that I've never picked up on. So in that late December, there's a change in care, and that's I get on the condition that I'm moving with my parents. I get to see my kid on the Wednesday night as well, and then pick him up from daycare and take him to daycare the next day. And I'm like, yeah, great, fuck, it's starting to happen. More time, thank fuck. Like now the property's like, it's just like it's like a cooling off period, I think, or before the trust gets released. That's happening. And then I meet Jem, and just by pure chance at one of the drop offs, I was early. So I was just driving around Hobart, just killing it. My boy says, "Hey, that's my house." So he points out where he's living in some dingy shithole in, granted, it's probably the most richest area in Hobart, 100%. Like it's the most, but she was in like the roof on top of the roof in a shitty little 1 bedroom like add-on that was nowhere near like the house or even the house I was in with my parents. Like that was my family home, 4 kids plus 2 step kids. It was huge, So yeah, so that's probably where Jem comes into the story now. So yeah, I've met Jem online. I liked her straight up. She's got kids. I thought that was good because a lot of the people online that you meet, if they find out you're going through family court, man, they cut you away. They don't give you a chance. And I don't blame them, but it means that those guys going through it are fucking alone. And Jem ended up being integral in all of this. So again, just Jem's a bloody hero for just happy to meet me. She was prioritising my messages. Her kids looked happy. She was sporty. And she had like a really good memory. And I remember that. A lot of the people I met as well prior to her, their memories were
elephant
shit.
brain.
Yeah, and that made me think, because of what I was going through with this stuff, like fuck, maybe there's some dishonesty. But it's hard to remember. It's not hard to remember stuff when you're telling the truth all the time. So I liked that in her as well. And probably just the last thing before we bring Jem in, throughout all this time, I'm like requesting my documents epically because I still got my security clearances. I was still doing reserves. I was like, fuck, like if they know I've lost my passport and I don't know where it is, and she would always like tell me she was going to bring it and never did. It was like a game. In that video in October, I was like, hey, can I get my passport? So you have to ask your lawyer for it. I'm like, I'm asking my lawyer for it. I'm paying $4,000 or $5,000 just to ask you to give back my passport, and my birth certificate and all my identity documents that you've on paper. She's still married to me with my documents. Well, I don't know. I don't want to know what you can do with that. That was kicking off there, and then so this is December. Me and Jem meet, and then we probably start like seeing each other pretty much straight after that.
Yeah.
And then the property settled in January 2022. Changeover routine then became my son on the Wednesday nights, and Saturday nights as well. Yeah, and we'll probably get Jem now.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
All right, all my listeners and viewers, as I mentioned earlier, Chris's partner's fiancée here, Jem. They've brought the little one, so she's just been outside on toddler duty. So we've brought her in while the little man's asleep. So like all my guests and viewers, I like to get a little bit to know about our guests. So we'll try and streamline it through.
Yeah, sure.
But just for all my viewers, where were you born? What grew up?
I was born.
You just have to hold it up here. That's
Oh,
all. Sorry. No,
sorry.
you're right.
I was born and bred in Hobart.
Yep.
So I haven't lived anywhere other than Hobart.
Yep.
I had my mum and dad and a younger sister. I think fundamentally I was basically told from as young as I remember that I wasn't planned, I wasn't wanted, that my sister was. So there was a lot of dynamic of my sister was my mum's and I was my dad's, and so I was very much my daddy's little girl. I was very tomboyish growing up, sort of thing. And yeah, there was a lot of dynamics when it came to my parents, when it came to my mum. Basically, I don't know how to explain it properly, but falsified that she couldn't have kids to my dad. So my dad married her under the assumption they weren't ever going to have children. And then randomly one day she calls him up and is like, I'm pregnant. He's like, how? You can't have kids. And so my dad's a veteran. He's a little bit of a drinker. So he's got a little bit of a temper on him. So it does add a little bit of fuel to the fire when you add the two together.
Yep.
And he wrote himself off drinking.
And
It's not very nice to have to share this, but defecated, all of this sort of stuff. My mum had to clean him up. It was a very negative sort of response. He didn't handle it very well for a while. I guess he didn't think he was going to have kids. So, and then when they realised after having me, well, I was premature. I was like 8 weeks premature, so born without a lining in my lungs. So a lot of health issues, particularly in the first 2 years of my life. And my mum resents a lot of that. And then it caused a lot of fighting dynamics between my parents. And then my sister was planned. So it brought in a whole nother world.
Yeah.
And then, I grew up believing that anytime my parents fought, it was my fault. Like, I'd listen to it tucked in the bottom of my bed overnight, them screaming at each other. And my mum would tell me the next day, it's all my fault. And, my existence was built around thinking that I was everyone's problem.
Yeah.
And then eventually my dad met a woman online, and he didn't actually go and see her in person, but he'd started talking a lot. She started sending physical letters in the mail, and my mum found one, and that just started the end of everything. They were a volatile relationship beforehand, as I stated. They were both at times physical with each other, both as bad as each other. I'm not pointing one side was worse. But my mum has a lot of behavioural issues as well. So the two of them mixed together. I saw it as a blessing in a lot of ways that they split. But we saw physical fights in front of us as they were splitting as well. My mum went to hit him around the head with a toy piano. And I remember my sister was more upset about the toy piano getting smashed, but I think we were so used to this volatile environment growing up. So they split, and my mum moved on very quickly. She reconnected with someone she dated when she was a teenager, and so that was the next step. Within a couple months, she moved into a rental property with him. And Dad stayed in the family home, and that's when he started travelling back and forth to America, and I didn't see him for a while at a time. No.
Well, what was he doing in America?
This was his new fling. This
Oh,
was the woman
okay,
he
yeah,
met.
the one online. Got ya.
Yeah, so he'd go for like a couple weeks at a time.
Yep.
We wouldn't see him. And then there was a lot of argument about where we were about to move to. So I'd grown up in a little place in northern suburbs of Hobart. Loved it.
Yep.
Had a great school. Had a great upbringing there. Like, I think it was sort of my safe space as well because my household wasn't very
Crazy,
safe.
yeah.
So I had all these support networks, and then my mum decided, no, we're moving to almost the furthest south she could away from the family home. And so that meant changing schools at the last year of primary school. And Dad and her were going through family court. And she started throwing accusations that he was violent towards us, that he could kill her because he was a fireman, so therefore he could set fire to the house and not be able to like leave any trace of doing it, and things like that. And so there was a lot of turmoil with all of that, and I didn't have a very good relationship with my mum, mind you, and she even blackmailed me that if you go to live with your dad, you don't love me anymore.
Wow.
So I felt this like obligation, and I was kind of, I think I was scared of my mum for most of my life. So I kind of felt like, oh, if I don't follow suit here, this is going to be worse for me. So it was just easier to comply. And yeah, I went living with her. And then we had the off weekends. So because Dad was a fireman, he did 4 on 4 off. So any of the 4 off shifts that sat on a weekend, we stayed with him.
Yep.
And unless he was in America and stuff like that. And yeah, he went back and forth to America. Eventually, this woman moved here, and their relationship was just as volatile.
Oh, okay.
Ended within 6 months. My mum's still with my stepdad though, so they remarried as well within a short period of time. Both, like, it felt very quick for a 11 12-year-old. It felt all very rushed, that all of a sudden this household I'd grown up in was gone. And like, Mum also moved us far away from my nana, who I had a really good relationship with, and she was my dad's mum, and it was just heartbreaking. But even my nana was such a beautiful woman that even when she'd see my mum and stepdad, still talked to them, still sent them Christmas cards right up until the year she died. So, like, despite everything that my parents went through, there was always this high level of respect that she maintained, which, like, I value so much now, because, and I guess that's sort of this feeling that I have, that I want to maintain that. And I tried to maintain that, and I'll talk about it later with other relationships and Chris's situation.
Just real quick before we move, you talk to your mum and dad today?
My dad, I have a really good relationship with him. Like, he's a great bloke.
Yeah.
He really is. Like, still drinks a little bit too much here and there, but hey, he lives his life. He really loves it. He's traveling in his caravan around the mainland at the moment, but helped us build a room for my eldest daughter recently. Like, and it was a really great experience. Like, we really got to work together building this room for her. Whereas my mum, that's very complicated. My daughters have a relationship with her. I see her, but we don't talk.
Okay.
She is detrimental to my mental health, and I've had to prevent her from causing turmoil in my life.
Yeah.
I kind of probably broach on it a little bit further, but yeah, she's had multiple suicide attempts as in the last would have been 15 years, where she comes out of it and she's like, I thought you didn't love me anymore, or with a daughter like you, of course I want to be dead.
Wow.
So this is the sort of like, I grew up with this mother who's like, I don't really want you, but I don't want your father to have you, or I don't want you to have a good relationship with your father. So I'll tell you shit about him so as you don't love him anymore, because you can't possibly love him more than me type attitude.
Yeah.
She's
spiteful.
She's
very
either
petty.
spiteful or narcissistic. I think there's like a borderline personality disorder. I don't know for certain. I'll never get the chance to read all of her documents. She's had stints in, there's a private mental health facility in Hobart, and she's had quite a few stints in there, as well as ended up in ICU post one of her attempts. She's complicated.
Given your job now, because you're a nurse,
Yeah.
and working in hospitals, do you see patients in their ICU or mental health that show similar behavioural to your mum? Does that make sense?
I have in the past, and it's difficult. It's like
brings up stuff.
It can do. I think my biggest trauma was through the whole court system.
Yeah, okay, we'll touch on that.
Yeah. So I'll bring into that because like it brought up
childhood
so much trauma that like I've pretty much been looking into it now, and yeah, it looks like I've got like a complex PTSD. Primarily because of all of that, but then there's also lots of other little bits and pieces over the course of my life that have also contributed to it. But it's complicated because your foundation world, those first 5 years of your life, or 7 years, whatever they want to use, is when you build who you are as a human, who you believe you are, and your value in this world. And if that is rocky, then trying to build a steady foundation on top of that later on in life, it's freaking hard. It's like it then makes everything else in your future life really, really difficult to build onto. So yeah, I'm still lucky that I had my dad though, because even though we've had our little issues in the past as well, like he can be a hard ass, but I'm thankful that he was, because it made me the hard ass I am. So, and I think Chris broached on being stubborn.
You mentioned that.
I'm freaking stubborn as well. So the both of us mixed together are two very stubborn human beings, where it can cause a little bit of we ram horns, but at the same time, it means that when we have common goals, that's it. It's like that's going to happen.
Laser focus.
And that's the way I sort of have broached life a lot as well. Similarly to Chris, it's like I wanted my degree, so I went and made it happen. I didn't have a great childhood. My mum then kicked me out at 17 to my dad's when she saw that I was like getting closer to him. And also I had a few other like mental health issues at the time, and she's like, I won't have mental health issues in my house.
Oh, really?
When she is mental health issue number one. And so, I went to live with my dad, and he had all of these complex issues going on. Like he owed money because of his ex from America. So I remember credit card
debt.
people ringing up, and he's like, don't tell them that I'm here. And like, this is pretty full on for a
Yeah.
17-year-old to have to like be exposed to. I'm
Mm.
like, I didn't know what that all meant. Well, naively didn't really know what it meant, but I did know to a degree that I'm like, oh, my dad's
Yeah.
in trouble and he's a staple, and why is he in trouble? And so he'd drink a lot. There was a few like quite big altercations between the two of us. I think because I was a teenager, I was sort of talking out as well, and he didn't like that. And so we butted heads as well. He's a strong personality.
Yeah.
And then I met my the dad of my daughters. So
Yep.
I have 2 other daughters other than their little boy Chris and I have. I met him, I was 17, he was 25.
Yep.
And in a lot of ways, I feel like I got groomed into that to a degree. And also, it was the first time I was sort of feeling like I was loved.
Loved. Yeah.
And so I clung on to it. I was like,
You
nah.
felt that growing up.
And I'm like, oh, this must be
This
like,
is it.
this is it. I'm like, so first few months together, and I fall pregnant for the first time at 18, and we have a miscarriage. And so move out of home, I'll move into like a share house with him. On and off, rocky relationship. He'd been physically violent with me this time, called me all sorts of names, always accused me of that I'm going to cheat, blah, blah, blah. And then I fall pregnant again at 20, and we have a stillborn.
Oh, sorry.
And so that in itself is a massive traumatic experience. And I won't really go into it.
It's your story. You feel comfortable, whatever you want to say.
But after losing him, I fell pregnant with my eldest daughter really quickly.
Yep.
3 months later.
Yeah, wow.
She was due the anniversary of my son's funeral.
Oh, wow.
So it was like, it was full on. And what I haven't added is my partner at the time, he had another child, but he didn't see her.
Okay.
And I'd been given the stories from him and his parents.
His parents, yeah.
And stuff, that his ex is crazy and all this sort of stuff. And I 100% believed it. But I also know him now that he played parts in all of it. She is batshit crazy.
Yeah. But he played a part too.
But he played a part too. But I'm scared of her now even. So like, I don't find her a very good person. And she did keep the child from him, but he consequently ran into the child with the grandmother one day at the supermarket, and the grandmother offered, look, I know your ex doesn't want you to see her, but I'll let you come and have her for some time while she's in my care.
Oh.
And so he started seeing her, and I thought this was great. I was pregnant with our daughter at the time, and we have our daughter, and he was made redundant from his job, and that's it. Child support cut off. So she's like, you C words, you can't have her anymore. So she was 6 at the time, and we didn't see her again until for some reason she'd figured out that our house was nearby her nan's house. And she had trolled the streets to find which was our house. And she was knocking on the doors, and she came to our door. And like, the first thing I did, I'm like, sweetheart, what are you doing here? Like, and she's like, I knew you lived here. I knew you lived up this street. She's 11 at this time. And she's like, Mum doesn't want me living with her anymore because of a new boyfriend, blah, blah, blah. She'd had another kid at this point and stuff. And so I'm like, my ex didn't want a bar of it. He's like, nah, after what she did last time, I don't want to know her. she's too much like her mother. And I'm like, look, you need to give this kid a
Yeah.
chance. This is your child.
Yeah.
And so I pushed it. I really pushed it. I'm like, look, your kid deserves to know who you are. You may feel like you've missed out on the first 11 years of her life, but any kid needs to
Yeah, absolutely.
know their parent. And I guess a lot of my past traumas come up, and I'm like, I don't want a kid thinking that they're not wanted. So I'd go and do it the pickups. I'd do all the interactions with the ex. And so I did all of that, and he'd just sit on his computer and wouldn't interact with her. It was heartbreaking. It was really heartbreaking. And so she got to a point where she messaged her dad because she got Messenger. She's like, I don't want to come back. And so they have not properly talked since then. She's now 24 and has 2 kids of her own. I have her on Facebook. She follows my eldest daughter. They talk occasionally. I try to make sure that my girls, who are half siblings with her, have the opportunity that if they want to
hang
know
out
her, that they can have that. But he doesn't want a bar of it. To the point where she got married about 2 years ago. She brought his invite to me. It's like, can you pass that on to my dad? Like, look, sweetheart, I'll try. No, threw it back in my face. I don't fucking want it. I'm like, you just so. And I remember having a conversation with her a few years ago, and she's like, I used to cry myself to sleep, not understanding why my dad didn't want me. I'm like, look, I fought so hard for you, sweetheart, but some people they build up these like walls, and they just don't want a bar of it. Like they convince themselves that like it's doing them wrong doing it, and it's not you. Fundamentally, it is not you. It's not your fault. And she thanked me, but at the same point, I'm like, this poor kid's grown up thinking her dad never wanted her, and I'm like, he did at one point. I think he just suppressed it, and it turned the other way. And so yeah, that's massive. Like because then I see Chris's circumstance, and it's the polar opposite. So and that was one of the biggest things when we met. I'm like, he was so positive about his kid and stuff like that. But after having my eldest, I went and did my nursing degree. So she was 14 months old when I started. I had to travel 2.5 hours to the uni. I'd go and stay up where the uni was and take my daughter because my ex refused to look after her whilst I was studying. And so I completed my degree in 2.5 years instead of 3.
Wow.
And then started working straight off the bat. I got offered a position at the place that I
did you practice?
That I did one of my placements. Yeah, so I was so lucky because I graduated mid-year, so there wasn't really many positions, and they just offered me a position right off the bat. So walked straight into the job, and all of a sudden I'm making really a lot of money because I'm doing overtimes and stuff like that. And like throughout the course of my ex relationship, he barely worked. Like he'd go on and off working. He'd just spend hours on computers, like absolutely
gaming,
obsessed.
like playing games.
Yeah. Like this is to the point of how lazy this dude is. He didn't actually play the games. He watched bots playing the games. So he'd have 3 screens up and he'd just sit there watching it. And I'm like why? Like I couldn't understand. I couldn't grasp it. But he'd had his own apparent traumas when he was a kid. And so this was his escape. And I'm like, your escape has got to the point where you don't even interact with your kids.
Yeah, it's not good.
And we'd bought a house, and like there was times where it was okay. Like he'd start making an effort, and it would last a couple weeks, and I'd
Then
be
it
like,
fizzle out.
yeah, and it would wear off.
Revolving door.
Yeah, and so we moved into our house that we bought, and I'd skipped the pill for a few days, and consequently,
Pregnant again.
yeah, I got pregnant with my youngest daughter, and he blamed me so badly. Mind you, he also lost his mum at around the same time. So that was a bit traumatic as well, but it was negative from like it just got worse. He wasn't working, so I was like, you need to get a job. Whilst if I'm going on maternity leave, I need you working. Like we can't live off nothing. And because we had a mortgage to pay, but whilst I was on maternity leave, I was so lucky with the hospital I worked at the time. Their maternity leave was insanely good.
That's good.
So I was still paying the mortgage. So I paid the mortgage the entire way through my maternity leave. And then I went back to work because two things. I had a little bit of money that I was like, I want to extend my maternity leave because I'd been so frugal with money. I was like, no, I can make it extend for at least another month. And he's like, no, I need a new computer. And I'm like, why do you need a new computer? I'm like, so took the money out of there and he went and bought a $3,000 computer. And I'm like, okay, look, I'll get back to work. It'll be okay. And then he's like, oh, now that I'm working, I want a motorbike. I'm like, he's like, oh, I'll quit smoking. I promise I'll quit smoking. I'm like, no, you need to actually quit smoking first. Nah. Next week, he goes, buys a motorbike, puts me on the loan. And I'm like, okay, this is really really testing my patience now. Like, okay, sure, go right ahead, do what you like because it doesn't seem to matter. I pay for most things.
Yeah.
Anyway, and then I'd organised that when I go back to work, I was only working 4 days a fortnight. Mind you, this is still good money because I was doing nights. And I coincided my nights with him having the day off the next day. So as if the child was up all through the night, he'd be able to still rest the next day. And look, he's not done anything for our daughter at this point. Maybe changed 1 or 2 nappies in this time. Mind you, I'd breastfed up to this point, so he blamed that. That's all my fault. So I'd go to night shift and she'd scream the entire time. And so I'd get home and he'd be like, you fucking deal with that. I don't want to fucking do this. And it got to the last night shift I'd done before we split. Same thing. He wouldn't talk to me. And I was up all day looking after her, working all night. I'm like, nah, I'm done. I'm just so done. I can't do this anymore. Go. I need you to just leave because if you're going to not support us, spend all your time on a computer and not prioritize your family, I don't need you.
Yeah, that's right.
I don't need this. I need to get on with my life and support these girls because you aren't.
Yeah.
You aren't stepping up.
You're bringing us down.
And he left and he went and stayed with some mate and then it took 2 years, a him only having them for a total of 24 hours a fortnight, because that's all he wanted, because God forbid I ask for anything more than that, because he just cries all the time, or my daughter just cries all
You
the
can say
time.
that.
And,
just-
yeah. And yeah, it's all my fault. All my fault. Everything was my fault. I'm like, look, you need to step up. I don't want you doing the same to these girls as you've done to your other daughter. And yeah, he quit his job, so he wasn't working again. It was no surprise to me. So I was getting a total of $16 a fortnight for 2 children in child support, and I was paying everything. My daughter's mind you, my eldest daughter at this point is going to not an expensive private school, Catholic school, but she's still going to a Catholic school. I'm still footing all the fees. And because he also never wanted her to go to a Catholic school, so therefore never signed the paperwork for it, so didn't ever have to pay a cent. Still has not contributed to, oh, actually, sorry, that's bought a laptop for one of them 1 year. That's his contribution to my eldest is in grade 10 this year.
Wow.
And I've footed the entire, and I'd do it again. Like I'm not complaining that because they're my priority, but at the same point he never made them his.
How long ago was this? What year was this when you left?
So we split in 2016. So I was 10 months old.
Yeah.
So it was like I had to turn to my mum of all people. My mum and stepdad, probably more my stepdad. My stepdad's amazing. So I'm very lucky, but he also facilitates my mum a bit. But they helped. I had to do shift work. And yeah, I just kept working and paying for everything, and had to sell the house because he wouldn't let me buy him out. I could. I'd gone to the banks. I'd been approved. I'd been approved for an amount that would have been what actually ended up being exactly the same to what he ended up with after we'd sold the place. No. Yeah, the week that we signed everything off and stuff, he's like, oh, if you had just paid off my bike, you could have had the house. I'm like, you asshole. Like, but I was like, oh, look, I'll figure something out. I went and started renting, which wasn't I felt like it was a step backwards. I'm like, but I didn't have enough in settlement to, I only had $30,000. Like it was nothing. I saved more in the relationship than the money I was walking away with. But I was like, what can I do? I just kept plugging along, and he didn't work for like 3.5 years or so.
Jesus.
But still didn't want to have them for more than that.
1 or 2
nights. Yeah, it was 24 hours for about 2.5 years. So not long after I split from him, I reconnected with a friend that I used to work with, and he kept pestering me. He's like, come and do jiu-jitsu. I'm like, nah, it's not going to be for me. It's not like, no way. I'm really unco. I'm not good at sports. Like, nah. And pestered me for 6 months. And I was assaulted in that time. And then I was like, nah, I'm doing it.
Give it a crack.
And it was probably one of the best decisions.
Got hooked.
I have, apart from kids and Chris, best decision that I've really ever made, because I'd started sort of running and doing some gym stuff, and I'd done some fun runs, but once I started,
you probably never really had a hobby or
that's a really good point, because I remember at the gym I ran into an old mutual mate of my ex and I, and he like chatted to me for a bit, and I remember specifically that directly after that he sent me a message on Messenger, and he's like, "Oh, I never expected to see you at the gym. Have you and your ex split?" I'm like, "Oh yeah, we split about 4 or 5 months ago." He's like, "I knew that must be the case." I'm like, "Oh, why would you say that? He would have never let you." And I'm like, "Oh, that's really interesting that you say that," because that was true. Because anytime I'd get a gym membership or do stuff like that, he'd start berating me and telling me, "Oh, you're doing it to go and find someone better," or that sort of stuff. And it was such a control element that if I started like looking after myself, "Oh, you're going to leave me." And it was just a constant that I shaped my world around that without even knowing. But I'm thankful that in a lot of ways, doing my nursing degree meant I found newfound confidence in who I was outside of his control, like his shaping of me. Um, and I think that was one of those big prompts that I had to believing that I had a worth outside of the relationship and that I had a capability as well. So yeah, that shaped me leaving.
Yeah. And where to from here? You eventually meet Chris at some point?
Yeah, another bit. Sorry.
No, you take your time. This is your story.
Add? I just want to say, like, although I raised that my ex and I had a bit of a volatile relationship, he'd physically hurt me at times, and he posed a lot of threats to me. Like he'd smashed his hand on a wall beside my head at times and things like that. But I never went to the point where I ever put like a DVO or AVO on him because I knew that I had this sense that it was fruitless. Like what firstly, it potentially will escalate things. It will potentially make him feel
Worse.
like he's got to intimidate me more or things like that. But also, like, I really wanted him to maintain a relationship with the girls. I didn't want something to come in between that as well. So I like...
Yeah. Unfortunately, it's your ex is the one that's ruined it for all the good fighters like us that are trying to, we're getting painted with the same brush.
That's what really frustrated me a lot of the time was I know some really amazing dads, particularly through like not just Chris, but through
Friends of
jiu-jitsu, particularly because, well, it's a highly
male
dominated sport. And like, I know some really amazing fathers. So it helped that I knew that there was good blokes out there as well, and who also fought for their kids and stuff like that, and some that had full custody of their kids. And so like I knew there was good blokes out there, but I also knew that there was people like my ex who really couldn't ever prioritize kids over himself and his own desire.
Selfish?
Yeah, I just self-involved. I think that's more or less and yeah, look, and blaming his own past traumas and stuff on why he couldn't step up. And I'm just like, when you're a parent, you don't have a choice, or at least I haven't had the choice to be like, "Oh no, I can't do this today."
Yeah.
Like you don't get that opportunity as a parent, or at least that's my mentality on it, is once you've got kids, you've got to put your own problems, like, or deal with your own problems. I think that's more the point, is you've got to make sure you're okay to
Of course
be stepping up for them every day. And yeah, people like him, they make a bad name for those that are fighting for their kids. But it meant that when I eventually did meet Chris, the way he talked about his child was like this
breath of fresh air.
Yeah, it was like, oh my God, this dude really wants to be
You're
around
a good dad.
really wants 50-50 with his kid. And like, I think the other biggest point that was like an eye opener when we first met was how kindly and politely he talked about his ex. I'm like, geez, this is rare.
Yeah.
Like, you normally hear like all these bad stories, particularly like before meeting him, I'd been on the dating scene on and off for
Yeah.
like quite a few years. I was like, nothing getting really like stuck, but most talked negatively about their exes. And then I met this dude who's like,
Didn't drop himself to their level. Didn't,
he's like had respect for her. And I'm like, oh, it was really nice to see. I'm like even though he wasn't getting to see his kid as much as he was wanting to, he still talked about her respectfully. And I'm like, oh, it was just a shock. And it was probably one of the first things I mentioned to my best friend about him. I'm like, he talks nicely about his ex. Like, it just isn't a common thing. And yeah, there was other good aspects about him, but like as I've mentioned, he's stubborn like me, so he's got a really really strong work ethic, and like that's something
good,
I find
good,
really valuable.
Especially coming from your ex who didn't want to work.
Yeah, exactly. And also because like I really see that that sort of work ethic and that sort of drive to achieve in life is so beneficial for kids. And I was trying to pick a partner who is going to be beneficial around my two daughters who are highly impressionable, who don't have an active father in their lives. So the person I bring into their world needs to be on the same page as me and wanting to inspire them and wanting to like improve who they are going to be as human beings as well.
Can I say something there that counts for absolutely nothing in family court? They don't give a shit about stepdaughters. They didn't care that I was looking after them 12 night to 4 night. That they just don't care. Well, that's a shock.
Are you happy to dig into family court now, or I'm happy to go follow your timeline. I'll follow your.
Yeah, so during the first sort of like couple like months of seeing Chris, like although he was talking great about his ex initially, like there was a few little cracks that I was starting to see. Like, so at one of the drop-offs, she'd taken the child to Bluey and bought Chris a Bluey t-shirt to wear. And I'm like, gosh, that's a bit strange. Like, but he talks so well about his ex that I'm like, oh, maybe they've got a good mutual relationship. And like, even though I don't have the best relationship with my ex, like we're still polite, all that sort of stuff. So I'm like, and he mentioned that she'd asked him to go for ice cream and he declined it on the basis that she'd been very erratic in her behaviors and talked poorly to him in front of the child. So he declined it. But on further reflection of it, I think like Chris kind of breached that he'd sort of on and off had little things happen with other people before me, like not highly serious, but she caught wind of things like that. And I feel like she thought all of a sudden he was free because I'd not totally come into the picture. I'd not met the child yet. So therefore, this child wasn't talking about someone anymore. So my mind, as a female particularly, is that she wanted him back. She was trying to like, something's obviously happened in her world that she's thought she's made a big boo-boo in leaving this man and she's trying to win him back. And then eventually, like the next month, I meet or start seeing bits.
We'll try not to say the name. It's okay. I'll blur it out. No, it's okay. We edited it out.
Start to see
This young fella.
Yeah, his little person. And he's met my girls. And so obviously some of this is then like, even though he's a 3-year-old at this point, some of it's relaying through
Yeah,
her.
yeah.
And that's when her behavior starts shifting again. And she really starts to
Ramp it up.
Yeah. So, yeah, we get to like March. And this is like, we've been dating for 4 months.
Yep.
And I start seeing this name come up on my Instagram stories of
To see who's viewed your
watching
story.
them. And I'm like, I'm pretty sure that's his ex. And so I then started taking screenshots of it because I'm like, I know you're following all of my stories.
She's not following your page, but following your stories. Yeah, I know all about this.
All of my stories. And I'm like, so you've obviously gone through all my page as well, no doubt. Is like, look, I understand element of if someone new is coming into my kids'
Hanging
life,
around your kids, you want to,
I kind of want to know who they are. But ask.
Yeah,
Because she not once, sorry, I hit that. She not once asked Chris anything. Nothing. He'd not divulged anything to her either. So she was trying to formulate an idea of who I was based off my Instagram. And yeah, she spent weeks and weeks watching everything. And like, I used to post a lot because I did a lot of jiu-jitsu. I did a lot of lifting, like active with my kids, doing house renovations because I owned my own house at this point. So like, I was sharing a lot of stuff and she literally scrolled through it. There's funny videos, like a couple of years later, completely denied it, states that I'm as crazy as Chris, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, I know full well. I literally have the screenshots. Yeah. So when this happened, I sent it to her. I'm like, oh, so this isn't you? And she, of course, never replied to that. Course. But that's the extent of this person who's willing to go so far as to lie about literally everything. Just own it. You've viewed my stories. Yeah. Just be honest. Like, but it meant that like cracks were definitely showing. Like I was starting to see Chris was talking about issues with childcare and her lawyers and I'm like, oh, this isn't looking too positive. But then he's like, oh, she's offered me 6 nights a fortnight. We're going to go to 6 nights. This is going to be great. We're moving up to 50-50. That never eventuated. It then we go to family court.
Oh, here we go.
Then they both lodge their
This is the start of the vortex.
Yeah, but I think another thing just before that, he hurts his teeth.
Oh, yeah.
At the daycare center.
Yep.
So I see him when he's got black teeth. His 2 front teeth have lost color. They're not like, obviously not black, but they're not colored anymore. You probably seen.
Don't tell me to try to blame it on you.
No. It's, this is the next stage. So if you remember daycare with a head injury, sorry, he had the head injury. I didn't find anything out. Now he's hurt his teeth, and I'm talking to my parents again now because I'm living with him, and they said, "Oh, I hurt his head at daycare. He's hurt his teeth," and I'm like, "Shit, where'd this happen?" He's telling me daycare, so I message daycare or whatever, and I'm kind of like, "Hey, I want to." So this is early 2022. I've just got the Wednesday nights and the Saturdays now, so I'm just starting to take him to daycare again, even though I dropped him off every day at daycare at the start.
Yeah,
and they were great. I had a great rapport with them, And yeah, he's hurt his teeth. So I messaged them and I'm like, hey, what's the go with his teeth? Sort of thing. And basically get nothing. I get told by her that I'm not allowed to go to the daycare anymore around about this time as well. And I'm like, why? She's like, if you're going to go to the daycare and pick him up, you need to let me know so that I can let them know that you're allowed to pick him up. And I was like, what? What is this? Anyway, so I request all the incident forms from the daycare and all of the attendance records. I'm like, I need to see where he's been, what other incidents are happening that I don't know, because I wasn't seeing him for a week in between. And I get returned back from them that I'm no longer on the enrollment form. She's obviously And I'm like, how am I not on the enrollment form? This can't happen. And yeah, so they've breached legislation off some sob
Absolutely.
story, ripped me
Mm.
off the enrollment form, refused to give me any of this information. So I write a letter, an email to them. I put in a clip from that October incident where she tells me, I think it was where she was telling me that I don't have the rights, I don't have rights as a father anymore. It was like a 10-second clip basically. I put it on YouTube with a link in the email because I just flicked it to, that was where I saw all my videos. I just flicked that one to public. I said, hey, look, I'm trying to see my kid. She's trying to take him away from me. Please provide me this information as I believe I'm entitled to it. They kept refusing, man. And you know what it's like, this vortex. This is where it's starting because I'm panicking. I've had the real estate agent fuck me over now. I got this daycare center now refusing to give me information. My kid's got gash in the back of his head, black teeth. He's crying. Every time I drop him off, he's crying at the handovers. And they're not giving me anything. So then I have to go through the watchdog for them. That's another 2-week wait. And then you hear from them, then they get a chance to reply, and they always try to reply with extra shit to like drown you.
Yeah.
And eventually it comes out that they've breached legislation. I mean, I don't get any compensation for any of this. I can't sue them or anything. Even if I had the money, I don't think anyone would take it on anyway. But you're broke because you're constantly playing catch up. So I've submitted this complaint. It's come back that they've breached regulations. They immediately put me back on. Not immediately because it's like 3 months later, in say June. I think it'd been about June or July. They put me back on the daycare enrollment form, and I'm able to access all this stuff. And some of the dates, the attendance pretty much matched up, but I got to see what all these incidents were from that. But before that, because they stopped communicating with me, then I said, well, I'm not taking him to some place that aren't communicating with me. So I stopped taking him to daycare. I said, I'll meet you at the handover position. You can take him to daycare. But until we've got someone who I know is going to communicate with me, and at the moment, my best bet is you, unfortunately. But because the daycare center's not sending me stuff, they're not talking to me. In fact, they're basically threatening me with legal action for being essentially holding them accountable. And that's the same with all of them, because there's more. So the daycare center's obviously done that. Then April, this is now April 2022. I'm in the car park doing a handover of a night time, 5 p.m. on a Sunday night. It's black in Tassie. It's starting to get pretty cold. And he's got croup for this week because they're always sick when they're teething and when they're coming through daycare. And I'm at the handover place and she's not there. And she's been late the last 2 or 3 weeks in a row. But this time I'm like, fuck. Usually I've got a message, you know what I mean? So I'm like, hey, I'm here. Where are you? Nothing. I think it was like 2 minutes past, which I know that sounds like nothing. And in court, they play that as a semantic, like it's nothing. 2 minutes standing in the cold when it's never happened before. I'm like, all right, I'm going to head home to Old Beach. Oh, sorry, back to my parents' house where I was still living with my parents. And she said, well, I'm going to come and get him. And I said, yes. Like, as I'm holding him with the bag. Yep. Come and get him. You know where I'm going to be. Go to the car. She pulls up out of nowhere, man. Like almost runs over 2 other ladies with a pram, grabs him out of my arms. Like I was opening the door to put him in like a rodeo ute. And just screams at me, if you do that again, I'll send you to jail. My boy just breaks down in tears because he knows jail. He knows things like that. Words. He knows jail's a bad place, I guess, is what I'm saying. And she's just screaming at me, I'll send you to jail. Gets in the car, zooms off. And I was under the impression she was come and meet me at my parents' house to get the kid. Anyway, that was another incident that comes up quite a bit in the courtroom. So this was April. This was early April sort of 10. And I think this is where she's clued on about my new partner, Jem. Then Easter's coming up. All of a sudden, he's got COVID and I can't see him at Easter. So this is...
Oh, no, that was where... Sorry. It was where Chris informed her that he was potentially exposed to COVID because I actually had COVID and she wanted to know the direct source on where he was potentially exposed to it and all this sort of stuff. And mind you, so having worked in healthcare, having worked in that whilst COVID was on, this was right when the restriction laws were changing in Tassie. So it was getting reassessed all the time. And at this point, no matter whether your child has COVID, exposed to COVID, any parental agreements have to be maintained. So it was across the board. They were meant to be maintained, even if you had isolation restrictions.
So there was no positive COVID on our end, and there was none on her end, but she was isolating for COVID. And I said, you don't have to do this. Easter's coming up. I get him on the Saturday and Sunday. I get to have him Easter morning, basically. Sunday morning, Easter Sunday with the Easter eggs. But nah, not happening. I'm going to be isolating. You'll hear from me in like 2 weeks or whatever it was. So that was my second stint of 3 weeks without seeing him. Again, it's nothing, man. I hope I'm not like what you know, I feel like a piece of shit just saying 3 weeks because
No, it's fine.
it's nothing. But yeah, and so on that 3 weeks, I decide, well, I got to find a purpose. You've touched on that a lot, and I think that's freaking awesome. And I went and stayed with Jem and her daughters for the 3 weeks over that Easter, and we had the time of our life. You know, like I just got to know them on another level. And then when the time come to come out of Easter and isolate, we actually end up getting it then, didn't you? We actually did have to isolate, but I mean, it wouldn't have mattered with the custody because I hadn't heard from her. Yeah. She was refusing to communicate until she decided she wanted to. So yeah, we just got to know each other, and from there, kind of felt weird not to be with them anymore. So we sort of decided that we were going to purchase a house together. From like I had some property settlement, she had her house. We're going to combine our forces, build a massive Power Ranger or Transformer or something. So then around about that same time now, so now this is in April, she's changed lawyers. She's changed lawyers from one douchebag to another douchebag, a way bigger douchebag actually. He was quite notorious for the way he behaved down there. Yeah. Because my sister works in the family court, she's quite familiar with who's who in the zoo. And this guy was absolute grub. So I was bracing myself for like how much worse can it get? He's already freaking sucks. All these letters are tearing me up. But anyway, for whatever reason, maybe life didn't pan out the way it planned. He didn't hang around for too long, so maybe he's got some ethics behind him. But at this time, I requested for more time the following year. I requested time to attend my brother's wedding up here, the one I'm staying with, while I'm up here the following year. So I gave her a whole year's lead. I said, hey, I'd love to have him. I think it was like 1st of June to the 10th of June. We're going to take everyone up because I still had some money in my bank account from property settlement. I'm like, hey, I'll be able to make that work. And just poo-pooed. Nothing. Didn't happen. Anyway, so that, because luck comes in with that later on. And anyway, so we've both put in simultaneous court applications. Her with this new lawyer and me with my Rupert. Shout out Rupert, legend. And we put in this court application and they put one at the same time. Of course, we beat them though. We beat them by like an hour, maybe.
I think it was a day.
Maybe a day.
It was like the 19th.
This is why I reckon she gave him the flick because he let her down from that one big thing. So we got it in there. You write the affidavit, like you said, there's no going back once you write that. Her affidavit's full of horse shit, all about stuff that she hasn't even met her at this point. All the stuff she stalked on Instagram, any picture that she can interpret as bad has come through. And so we're putting this simultaneous applications. I get my date. She puts hers in the day later, gets a date before, which makes me think that maybe they give certain people, they get rushed through the court system a little bit quicker. But what ended up happening is we got to take their date with our application, and so that was probably a good sort of start, because I think being the applicant makes it harder throughout the whole process. But once you're in the court for the actual hearing, being the applicant is probably the massive positive. Like it almost becomes worth it.
I think the judge saw it as a positive because it actually showed that she was the one keeping the child from a willing parent. And not saying that the woman being the applicant and the other being the respondent is him not being a willing, but it's showing that he's had to start it all to be able to see the child, sort of thing. And I think it's semantics really, but it ended up a little bit of paying off in
So-
the long run.
Yeah, so the child impact report comes in around about here, I had to do it via Teams call. And I was still kind of just not aware of what's happening, which is why I think this podcast is fantastic. I was just like brushing it off. This can't be real. The moment she pops up on the screen, I'm just quizzing her. I'm like, who are you? What's your qualification? And that was dumb. That was my sharp tongue.
I love to say that Chris is such an antagonist. It's like he wants to burn the world at times. But he's very good at provoking people in that sense.
That it backfired when the report came out. That I was kind of aggressively questioning about stuff. But anyway, so that's how that went. I was at work going through it, pumping it out, asking her who she was, what right did she have to be able to do that. And I remember one thing in particular. She was going on about domestic violence, and she said, it's just so bad. I was like, this isn't fair. I'm guilty until proven innocent. Like similar stuff that you've already covered with everyone, that there's things that she's put into me that just did not happen. I'm like, I can't be guilty till proven innocent. And she said something like, oh yeah, but it's so bad when it actually happens that we need to do this. And I said, well, how about if you were an Indigenous person, for instance, living in Darwin, and because all the criminal statistics point that there's a trend that Indigenous people are more likely to thieve in Woolworths, do you just not let any of them into Woolworths? And she goes, well, that's what's happening. I was like, I know, and it's freaking wrong. You're doing the same thing.
Yeah.
And then she just goes, you're overthinking it. And that was basically the end of our call. See, I'd prodded that horse a little bit.
Did you have to pay for that report? No, government one. Yep.
Government, they're psychologists or social workers, but there's no objectivity in it, and this is a massive key thing too. So then Gem and I purchased a house locally. That was a bit tough with loans and stuff, and we get I get a text message, or we got to use parental messaging apps by then. App Close is a common one, probably people out there have heard of. And
Wizard, there's a one called Wizard.
There's a Wizard one. You pay for Wizard, but App Close was free, and we ended up using that. And I start getting demands that she needs to have a communication line with Gem because she's going to be looking after our boy. And fine, I opened it up. Yep, sure. Gem's in the app.
She was polite to me at first. We talked normally. I didn't have a problem with it. Like I said, if someone was looking after my kids, I'd want to know who that person is as well. So we were talking fine, but there was little things that I was noticing that she was trying to turn me on Chris, or little snide comments she'd say to Chris, oh, well, Gem's so much better than you, or things like that, to sort of have a dig at his parenting or that sort of response.
I hope you don't do that with Gem's daughters and things like that.
Yeah. Lots of little snide remarks, just sort of throw fire into our relationship or our communication.
So then after that, he goes to a party. I've got him on the weekend. He goes to the party one of the kids he does jiu-jitsu with. Goes back to her that afternoon, or maybe the next morning, the next afternoon, the next night, and then afternoon. And for some reason, she's under some impression that he's been drinking beer at this 6-year-old's party. He's 3 years old at this point? 4 years old at this point. I get this massive abuse about feeding him alcohol as a 4-year-old.
Oh no, you would have been 3.
As a 3-year-old at a party for a 6-year-old in the middle of on a Sunday, in the middle of the day on a Sunday
at a park,
at a park, yeah.
I believe everyone saying it doesn't surprise me. But I've been through it,
and it's crazy. You're like, no, this didn't happen. Next time, just ask, and she'd be like, just don't do it again. You know what I mean? Has to have that last word to say that it's happened. So then another one that comes up in that sort of last half of 2022 is a regional show down there. And Gem's down there with her girls. Just I can't remember what I was doing, but you were down at the show, and you saw him walking with his mother.
I'd never met her in person yet at this point, so I was like, oh look, because I haven't met her in person, I don't feel comfortable going up to her. I just was like, oh look, I'd love to say hi to little guy, but at the same point, I've not met this woman in person, and she could be, I don't know how she's going to react. So I'll just keep, but I'll let Chris know, oh, hey, we saw him, blah, blah, blah. And so Chris then messages her and she abuses him for not having gone up to him. But he wasn't there.
This is in November 2022. She sends some photos of him. Like she's still sending photos at that point. That was the last photo I received from her until final trial. She was in 2020, mid 2024, 2025 until I got another photo from her. I was still sending her photos when we're doing stuff the whole time. Like, don't stoop that low sort of stuff. But yeah, so she sends a photo. Then I tell her, oh, yeah, the girls saw him. They were going to come and say hello or something. And then it was, why wouldn't you have come up? All this sort of stuff. Like, I mean, I wasn't there. And it was just, that was basically, that was essentially where, that was another like digging deeper. Yeah. It's going down here. So in September 2022, so this is all about the same time, the phone calls begin each night. And these are at her request. So we get told to use that AppClose app through orders or consent orders, I believe. And they say, yeah, you need to make a phone. No, they said phone calls whenever suitable, whenever's reasonable for each parent, a phone call is to be made. I say to her, because I've got him on that first night by some random miracle, hey, would you like this phone call? And she says yes. And then the next night, yes, and all of a sudden we get a routine where phone calls are happening every night.
And she also did send a message requesting that phone calls happen every night.
Yep. And then this is a bit of a side quest. Her first lawyer runs for local council. So everywhere I go, I'm looking at her lawyer's face through the city. So I get online and I'm saying, like, can we please,
antagonist Chris.
Filter. Yeah, can we filter who we allow to run for our council? Because this person's caused trauma to not only me, a lot of people. And I don't know if it's the right idea to have her face all over the freaking town. I get my first cease and desist from that. Yeah. They love that cease and desist stuff. Yeah. And my lawyer rings me up and he's like, mate, you didn't need to do anything to help it not get picked. But I was like, man, I can't just sit by and look at that every freaking day. But then late sort of 2022, she'd also kept him for another sort of 3-week period in between. Late 2022, she starts like abusing Jem over a haircut. Give him a haircut. As like kind of do. My dad used to cut my hair. I cut his hair kind of thing.
We had a big dispute on the fact that I'm well aware of what a co-parenting relationship is and that I have to maintain respect to my ex when it comes to his decisions with my children.
Yep.
She needs to respect Chris's choice. I'm following Chris's lead in giving him a haircut. It's not her position to tell me how I co-parent with Chris in our house. Look, to a degree, I understand it's a little bit like confronting of having that happen. Like someone's new partner cut someone's hair, but at the same time, you have to trust the other person.
Yeah, of course.
Looking after your kid, and it's not your choice to dictate to them on how they look after the kid. If the kid's safe, then what's a haircut?
Yeah.
Really, it grows back, doesn't it?
That's right.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. It becomes a massive thing.
It was huge.
It's a way of bullying her, basically. That's how to put it. Anyway, that becomes erratic. She becomes kind to Jem.
Again, she was all really nice and then in January, asking me about his lactose intolerance, and I told her that he has no issues with lactose in our house and that he would probably benefit from being tested because I didn't believe he had it. This comes back into it too. So it's a massive thing she used.
So Christmas 2022, she decides to keep him over Christmas again. Well, not again. Like the year before, we'd done a changeover. We'd done a swap midday. But that for 2022, I think because I'd moved on, she keeps him, and I was we'd asked for it out well in advance, but wasn't
to share it. Chris asked to share the day, so half and half, like they'd done the year before.
Yep.
she refused to even respond to him
So-
about it.
Wow.
Yeah, so on that day at 9 o'clock, pretty much in the evening, I get a phone call from her, from him, my son. He's hidden under the sheets. I don't even know if he knows I'm on the bloody call. And then she hangs it up real quick, basically. And I'm like, hey, can I just say I love you? Like, I never got the chance to say I love you, mate. He just ignores those messages. And he starts like on the phone calls that I do get, because there's phone calls every day. She's abusing me for not asking for the phone call earlier in the day. But when I have him on like special days, I call as soon as I wake up, like, oh yeah, open your presents, call your mum straight away, or you know what I mean? Not that I'd had any sort of open your presents moments yet, but that sort of stuff. Like you sort of facilitate the call the other way. But
Yeah,
she was
of
waiting for
course.
me to ask,
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
how is that a thing? Anyway, he starts asking stuff on phone calls, like, is it nighttime or daytime where you are? Which is kind of like, I didn't really pick up on it, but Jem picked up on it very early. Like, something's going on. Someone somewhere he must be talking to that lives on the other side of the world,
Isn't
basically.
at nighttime when he's there
Yeah.
at daytime, and because it just happened all the
Just-
time.
Yep.
Every conversation they were having.
Yep.
And it highly comes into
Like,
the whole story of why he started saying this every time.
So February 23, his birthday is coming up. She decides to go camping, and I obviously don't have any contact with him because she's going to be out of range apparently. And the court facilitated dispute resolution starts happening, where there's like not the judge, not even the registrar, I don't think, but they sit there and they do that shuttle stuff, but
Yeah.
virtually.
A similar sort of
Sort of thing.
mediation.
Get
Yeah.
nowhere.
It's another mediation,
Yeah.
and she was getting visibly frustrated with the other side, basically, and we almost got there, but she was hell bent on 2 months worth of travel every year, whereas I only got 1 week of holidays. Sorry, travel/holidays, because I got 1 week of holidays. That I got no birthdays, no Christmases, and the way she ruled out the birthdays without saying it was that she gets him for the first week of school every year, which falls on his birthday is always going to be that first week of school. And man, I almost accepted it because it was 6 nights. It was there,
Yeah.
but I couldn't accept the travel because I couldn't. By then, I couldn't trust her. I was like, man, if she's traveling for 2 months, like, will she ever come back? Like, I don't
And
trust
at
this.
this point, we didn't know the relationship she was pursuing.
Yeah.
And which ties into why
She
she
was
was
asking-
asking for this.
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
So
Yeah.
and then randomly in the March period, she says she's going to be out of range for a bit. No, that she's going to be out of reception, and her mum's going to be looking after our
No,
boy.
she didn't even tell you that.
Yeah, that it was going to be anyway.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, if you're going to be out of reception, can you give me like something else to call, like another number, an alternate means kind of thing to reach you? Nah, no chance, no way. Ends up her mum starts using her app, and he's staying with her. So basically, she's chosen someone else to look after the kid as opposed to the father, which we kind of play on that a little bit in the end. If they're looking for someone else to look after the kid as opposed to the other parent, that's one thing that does sort of look down upon. And she changes lawyers again just before sort of May 2023. And I'm doing the maths now. I'm like, oh geez, man, he's almost at school. We need to enroll him. The girls that I'm living with, essentially almost full time, they go to this particular school. It's a Catholic school. Funnily enough, I had text messages from her from back when we were together saying that she wanted to send him to that school. So I was like, hey, let's enroll him in this school. Nah, that ended up being a $30,000 court interim hearing. That, you know, we didn't actually get to the interim. End up being consent, but all the time all the money it cost to get there, because we tied that in with vaccines. While she was away, and her mother was looking after him, vaccines were missed, and I got a letter saying his vaccines were overdue. So I go to the doctor on the way in to pick the girls up from school. Walk in there, hey, I'd like to book my son in for his vaccine. It's overdue. Get back out in the car, drive in to get the girls, come back. By the time I got home and actually had a chance to sort of sit down and do anything, I've been abused. Like, how dare you? He's my son. You don't have the right to do that. I've cancelled his fucking appointment. Blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, what? Like, while I was in the doctor's, I said, make sure you tell the mum because you got her number and here's my number. But I never got that message. This is another bit. Anyway, so then she abuses Jem over that as well. Like epic stuff about this vaccines that he was overdue. He's still going to daycare every day now at this point. Like, what's the issue? Anyway, so we'll say, all right, we need interim hearing to get these vaccines happening.
Can I add this was like one of your other episodes that I watched was I think it was
Ben Carey,
yeah,
number 2, yep.
yeah, he mentioned that when his ex got questioned about her capacity as a parent or not doing right by the child, then that's when she like would react or like basically penalize you for doing something and that to her was basically that. It was like, you're telling me I'm not a good enough mother by not doing this. But the reality was she had put we'll get into why she traveled later, but she'd put traveling ahead of her child being vaccinated on communicable diseases that are like highly detrimental to a kid's health over like she put herself above that. And when she got called out for it, because in her head it was being called out for it, she rebelled big time. And the way she abused me, she told me I was a fucking disgusting mother. Who the fuck do I think I am? I never responded to her messages, but it was...
And that would have done her head in, that you didn't respond.
Yeah, I was like, no, because it just adds fuel to the fire.
Yeah, that's right, it does.
Yeah. So we talking to my lawyer. All right, we need to do an interim hearing. Then we need to get these vaccines done. And I was like, while we're doing it, let's get him enrolled in this school. I've got the text message. She wants it. We write up our application. Everything's by the book. My lawyer is very child focused. That's how we stayed the whole time. And her stuff, because we'd come across one affidavit before. It was all about Jem's Instagram. Everything was just attacking. So this is where like it really hits that sort of next level. We put in an affidavit. It's all by the book for schooling and vaccines, and out of nowhere, the sexual assault allegation comes in.
Sexual assaults.
Yeah. I'll see if I can read it.
Basically, this affidavit accused Chris of stealth raping her to conceive their... Yeah, he's all right. To conceive their child.
What's stealth rape?
So stealth rape is where you ejaculate in someone without their consent. So it could be taking off a condom or not putting a condom on when the other person hasn't consented to it. Basically, the way that they would normally have sex was they would have sex without a condom for the first period of it. And then when Chris would get to the point where he needed to ejaculate, he'd put a condom on and then ejaculate. Wow. Anyway, during this, she claims that this putting the condom on didn't happen when she expected it to, and therefore resulted in the conception of their child.
Yeah, wow.
Basically, it's very complicated, but these stealthing laws are...
Yeah, I've never heard of it.
They're quite full on. It could be up to 19 years in prison if you're proven guilty of this. So,
anyway, I'll jump in and try and move it a bit.
Yeah.
And she was... So, yeah, we got this affidavit from her because she's a respondent. They come back disgusting. And it's just kind of, because then there's no hearings at the interim hearings. They just read what they've got and make a decision kind of thing. So I managed, but because she's got this new lawyer, they've put it in early. They've given me like 2 days. So I managed to convince my my lawyer to put another one in reply. So we put one in reply, and I'm able to counter it. Here's my text messages. She wanted this kid. This isn't what happened. Here's the text message from June where she's happy about being pregnant. And we put that in, and she pikes out basically just before the 11th hour. Sure, you can have the kid at that school, but you need to pay all the school fees. You need to pick him up on these streets. You're not allowed to come near these streets when I'm here, or when I've got to go pick him up and you don't have him that day. You're not allowed in the school area. Basically, and you got to hand those. You got to provide those orders to the school. So you just look like piece of shit because they're reading that, saying there's limitations on you, not on her. And But I was like, whatever, I get him in that school. And that was one of the best things I ever did as well, because now on the days that I don't have him, when I'm there picking up the girls, I'm giving him high fives, I'm giving him ghost drops. I'm like, hey, it's good to see you. Giving him a cuddle. Like I still get to see him when I don't have him now. So man, that was worth it. That was money well spent in the end.
Yeah,
and getting that affidavit back in to counter was another mistake from her. That was a bit of luck. She got that affidavit. I think the last guest you had that got released, the last podcast that got released, they said they'd put in their affidavits in late because there's no chance to respond. Yeah. And that was quite common. But in this particular instance, she noobed up and we got a chance to respond, and it pushed her back down.
Yeah.
And pushed her away because she wasn't prepared to commit to the allegation any further than that at that point. Jem and I started trying for our own child. We went through a miscarriage. We think obviously family cause stress, man. To say that didn't contribute
it
would be
all
stupid.
coincided at the exact same time as well. So and
there was I was still doing reserves because this is another hot tip. It's tax-free money. Child support don't touch reserve money. So I was just trying to do just Tuesday nights, random like suicide courses or driving courses wherever I can, just to get tax-free money. They drug tested me one night and I'd eaten poppy seed bloody bagels or whatever, and I pissed hot basically. So all of a sudden I had to do a notice to show cause for reserves.
Oh no.
Man, this all happened within the space of 2 weeks. I had to get like skin cancer, cut off my foot, and then my job just went to water as well. And from that, I went to the GP and was like, "Hey, I need to do something. Something's bad here. What's going on?" So I started doing an online CBT mental health kind of program, online program. Man, that helped. That's all I needed. I was freaking good to go from that. Got a new job with a veteran company that were working down at this federal government agency that I now work for solely. And I was living with these consent orders that I was actually quite happy with, that I got him into this place. Sure enough, like sort of not long later, we need to get the enrollment forms in, and she's failed to. Well, the enrollment falls through. He doesn't get enrolled, and I'm like, something's up here. There's orders saying that he needs to be enrolled. I know the school don't have to comply with the orders, but he's got 2 stepsisters that live at the same address. He's Catholic as well. He's baptized Catholic, so that's already the ultimate priority for a Catholic school. But he doesn't get enrolled, and I'm like, what's going on? 3 weeks later, eventually we get, we've now got all the enrollment forms. So she hasn't. I've deduced that she hasn't put the enrollment. She hasn't done her end of the deal, which was to enroll him that week. But in the end, we don't get to subpoena the school to find out for sure. It just adds up. She changes lawyers again. I think she's realised, oh, fuck, now I've got to go full in because my dumb lawyers have let me down. And she gets this lady who rides it out to the end, basically, with her, who owns her own firm down there. This is when the teeth start coming up. And I'm like, hey, can we get him to the dental now? Like, I've started to get a handle of things. Got Jem supporting me as well. So we could take him to the dentist on the Thursdays that I've got him. And man, we get letters back from her lawyer saying there's absolutely nothing wrong with his teeth. Photos of him. They've got photos of him smiling. I'm like, why are you doing this? Just admit it. Like, it's okay. Like, let's just go and get him.
And she just would refuse to let us know whether he'd ever been to the dentist. So I took him to the dentist for the first time because she refused to. Sure
enough, he needed a specialist straight away. They scanned it. His roots weren't grown like they should have been. And you know what I mean? Like, how could the lawyer feel happy about doing that?
Well, don't they have the due diligence?
Yeah,
but
to the
like
kid.
Thousands of dollars to send him through to a specialist. Like, we were taking him every 3 months. Yep. And she still refused and denied it.
So then parenting courses, obviously, I'd start punching out the parenting courses. I punch out random ones from Harvard and stuff. Triple P, of course. And then we ask her what parenting courses she's done. None. Yeah. Her lawyer even responds, I could find the letter, no mother would suffer for not having done such courses.
I believe you.
Yep. So obviously I'm fuming. Some of those courses cost money.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? And then he starts swimming lessons on the Tuesday nights. So I'm like, okay, I can't get phone calls on Tuesday nights anymore before I go to Chocks because he's doing swimming lessons. But anyway, whatever. I can live with that as one night. And I know they played it down because they're like, oh, who needs to talk to their kid every night? Man, I knew diggers who called their mum every night still in their 20s. It's not a bad thing to call your other parent. Why not? Just hello, love you, good night. No harm there. Anyway, whatever. The judge has a bit of a rant at me eventually because what happens now is I keep replying, obviously, with the calls, and I'm making an appointment with Andrew Wilkie, the senator or the politician.
Yeah.
He's ex-army. He's down there. I wasn't even his electorate. He was anyone. I reached out to a few because I put into the defense suicide submission as well. He was the only one who got back to me. I was like, he goes, I'm sorry, I'm not in your electorate. He's like, I don't care. If you're a veteran, you're in my electorate. So he was freaking great. He just sat down, we had a cup of tea. He took what I said to the DVA minister. He said, I don't have high hopes, mate. They're not even on the front bench anymore, the DVA guys. But I just thought, well done, Andrew Wilkie, for at least getting hold of me and talking to me, man.
Right.
Most people just turn a shoulder. They don't care. Eyes glaze over. He was like, I've had 3 divorces. They've all been quite amicable. And I was like, well, that's fair because you were married to other officers. You know what I mean? Like, you're kind of smart about it a bit. There's none of that blue collar struggle that sort of happens in the real world sometimes, but he was good. And then I got, obviously, we announced a pregnancy. So I let her know Jem's pregnant with little fella here. And man, those phone calls that I was getting every night except the Tuesdays, they basically stop. Like I get 40% of them then, if that. Like before that announcement, it was if I missed a call, she would keep trying until she got me. But the moment after that announcement, man, they were dead.
Gone.
And I'm like, what's going on here? And then the orientation days for the kindergarten start, she didn't take him to them. We took them. And then the ones that she wasn't around because she was traveling again, I offered to take him. She wouldn't let me. No, it's more important he stays at daycare than goes to this kindergarten orientation. Like, why? I could take him back to daycare either side of it. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like it's more of a priority than this kindergarten orientation. And then Father's Day comes around, and basically I get ignored. No phone calls, nothing on Father's Day. And I'm starting to feel what my dad felt, man. And I'm sitting in the laundry with the washing machine on crying while the girls are there, you know what I mean? And they're also making peace with it too, because here's a dad who's devastated. He's not seeing his kids, and their dad's not so interested in them. Anyway, influenza hits, and we let her know that he's sick and stuff, but she still takes him to swimming. You know what I mean? Like when we've actually got
and refused to test him for influenza. She took him to the doctor, but just because we disclose it to her, I'll do what the doctor tells me to do.
Yep.
It's like,
yep. Tries to keep him extra because he's sick at times, and it's like, well, no, this isn't how it happens. We invited her to the baby shower, still trying to kind of salvage whatever we could, and she buys a doll. So once she hears about this pregnancy, she buys a doll for him that's in every video call after that, pretending to be his little brother.
And because I'd had a stillborn in the past, that felt really like confronting to me. I'm like, because I still had like fears of, you never know where a pregnancy is going to lead. What happens if we lose this baby? It felt really disrespectful. And so we requested her to please respect us.
Yeah, of course.
We feel uncomfortable. No, it got used.
So this is probably the next real big kicker. She, because the kids are now living together, when I've got him coming around, obviously the girls having showers and baths and stuff. I was walking him to his bed this night. Addie's come out. Addie, the youngest of the 2 daughters, goes into her bedroom, takes her towel off and starts like dancing in front of her wardrobe while she's getting dressed to Katy Perry or something. He runs ahead of me and runs into the room and sees her dancing. No big deal, man. This is what happens in a house. I grab him, mate. We don't go in each other's room. Get in your room. Mate, there's an allegation in the next affidavit. She's gone to safe houses and kids.
She also sent me a message about it. And
this is a 7-year-old girl, mate. She's now accused of sexual indecency.
Then, it got utilized in reports.
Everything.
It got and like we'll get to the court, but I got drilled, absolutely drilled for defending my child.
Then she travels to Queensland, and so even though she wasn't making those phone calls in the app, she was going in the app every day because I was sending photos. Or she was just going in there, like you could see, it was almost like she was prepping for court, really, probably looking for other stuff. And I'm like, man, she hasn't been in the app at all. My son was talking about going to Queensland. What's happened here? And she travelled to Queensland basically again, pretty much lines up in the same sort of anniversary with that other person. And I'm panicking. I'm like, man, this is odd. This is out of the ordinary. So I actually use ChatGPT. I'll start using AI to message her mother because she's not messaging. I'm not allowed to message her through any other means but this parenting app. I message at mum, and her mum's response is disgusting. It's like, how dare you accuse my law-abiding citizen daughter of doing anything wrong? I'm deeply offended by your message, but I'd use ChatGPT to make the most nicest possible message you could possibly do. And yeah, so she responds with this crap, painting me. Don't ever message me again. You were blocked or whatever like that. And I'm like, okay, fine. But I tried. So I called the police. Mate, they don't care for welfare checks. They're not going to check for nothing. But I tried. 69ZW. Did you ever come across the 69ZW? So basically, they get like all the criminal records. It's basically a subpoena of the of your police.
Oh yeah, they do that. Yeah.
Yep. And that comes out, and that's revealed that she's gone to the police for this rape allegation that she put in the affidavit, and sitting there, and the policeman had called her back and told her that what she's described is rape, and would she like to basically press charges or something? And she's done the heroic thing and not press charges for the criminal court. But it's still like legitimized her claim. And I think there's a lot of that go on where they're trying to legitimize their lies.
But she also only raised this to the cops because she went to them about the email that Chris sent.
So that email I sent
about the daycare, but ranted about sexual assault instead.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
So it wasn't actually the specific reason she went.
Yeah.
So then the ICL gets appointed. So I've tried to get. We went to court for the subpoena for these subpoenas that we knew I knew because I knew she'd seen therapists in Sydney. I knew that she's had health issues, the overdose, and all that sort of stuff. I knew there was stuff we could pull on that was going to help me. Yeah, go to the subpoena, mate. Fishing expedition. It's not going to happen. Can't do it. You know what I'll do? I'll give you an ICL, and she can decide what needs to be subpoenaed and what doesn't need to be subpoenaed.
Good ICL or bad ICL?
Well, the first ICL we got, my lawyer calls me. Yes, we got a good one. She's a dad lover. I said that was the term for it, dad lover. I was like, fuck yeah. Even my sister had worked for her. So it was a conflict of interest. Lost her. Got this other one. Anyway, turns up, and you got to fill out all this stuff to the induction forms and stuff. Out of nowhere, she offers extra time for the birth of the kid, an extra night or two, because the family report was about to get sat like 2 days later.
Of course.
Yeah. So that family report gets sat when Gem's 9 months pregnant. So we walk into this family report in the court.
3 days off having him.
We walk into the court, and from the child impact report, when we had to do a handover in front of them, the psych goes, I need to be happier at the handovers. I need to, so I'm like, I'm all prepped up. Okay, I'm going to say hi. I'm going to say, how you doing? All that sort of stuff. We've done our assessment. We actually went first for that one, which is, I know what you said, because the other ones I hadn't. I think it might have been because we had the kids and we wanted to get them into school. Go in there, have our little half an hour play or whatever it is. Go to do the handover, and it's her mum who turns up. And I'm like, what's going on here? And she's like, oh, anyway, play it along. We go to walk out, and it's like, comes running out. Don't go that way. You need to go down the stairs. I'm like, mate, we're not going down the stairs. She's 9 months pregnant. We're going to go use the elevator. She was hiding around the corner in the little waiting room, like the whole scared thing started.
She was so scared,
Yep. So, and the family report, full of false allegations, obviously, massively on the lactose, ignoring the lactose intolerance and asthma. And her mother was interviewed in the family report, which is bullshit. It's supposed to be who lives in the house. The allegations about the daughter, domestic violence all comes up. That rape allegation comes up. Gem being a bully, myself being a bully. There's no mention of her partner or any of her work because for whatever reason, there's no mention in it. It doesn't make sense. And then it comes out that in the family report, the writer says her actions belie her fears or something like that. So her actions don't line up with what she's saying. So that was kind of a shift. We're like, oh, hold on, this family report's not so bad. This is a court-ordered one. This is a court one too, not a private one. On January 2024, obviously we get out of hospital early because of the court stuff. You don't want to miss days or cause issues with that. And we get another cease and desist for trying to subpoena the stuff because we start talking to the ICL saying, hey, there's all these things you need to subpoena. Please subpoena them because it's going to come to the facts that you need to make decisions on. And again, it just gets refused. We get so then we have to take them to court. We've got to pay for that. So we go to court again to subpoena whatever we can. Basically, we get my son's medical documents, nothing of real substance from before our split. And it comes out that I'm not on the medical documents either. So she's removed me from the GP docs too. So we went in, this is around about the same time, I went and booked an appointment with the doctor to try and find out about his lactose testing. Asthma testing was another thing. trying to get his history to see what stuff had lined up. Nah, you can't have him. Why? Oh, because you're not on his next of kin.
Yeah.
Bullshit. But in the subpoena, those Indians were his next of kin at one point.
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
man, that was where they were living, was where she was living at one point too.
But I was real quick. I was the same when I tried to request stuff from the podiatrist and the speech therapist, and
Yeah.
they would say, "Oh, you're the father. We can't send anything." Why?
Yep.
But the mum must said so. I'm
Yep.
But anyway, carry on.
Exactly. And then the other thing it does is they put forward a psych that she's been seeing for the previous 6 months since she'd been with this new lawyer. That lawyer referred her to that psych. She paid for that psych out of her pocket. It was basically a legal strategy, essentially. She's gone into this psych, and that whole thing was about PTSD from my time in the army that she now suffered. Jem being a bully, my parents being a bully, and all this stuff. And I'm like, how come none of this is pointing to a childhood trauma? Herb. That's back on the organic farm. None of it was there. None of it. And the overdose wasn't there. Nothing. It was just a way to legitimize. So that the psychology industry needs to grip that shit up, because it was just, wow, how could you legitimize this person? You don't know what damage you're doing. You think you're helping? Like, you're not helping anyone with this. There's a kid who's suffering at the bottom of this. So all right, so then the first day of school comes up, and she refuses to attend because I'm going to be there. And I'm like, well, it's my day. What had happened with those orders for the handovers for the Wednesdays and the Saturdays is that it had been for childcare, but school was different hours. So all of a sudden it was 5 o'clock or the conclusion of childcare. Well, now it's school, and that finishes at 3. Then I've got him till 5 o'clock after school every time. And they were like, no, that's not how it works. I'm like, yeah, so I can pick him up after I can drop him off his first day of school and pick him up his first day of school and keep him until 5 o'clock that day. I'm going to do it. That's that extra 2 hours that I'm entitled to in the orders. I'm going to do that. The ICL's like going at me. You can't do that. Like, why would you do that? Let the mother be a part of the first day. I'm like, there's nothing stopping the mother being at that school on that day. She can be there. There's plenty of separated parents that are there on the first day of school, standing together and supporting their kid. She doesn't turn up the first day of school. Makes me, the ICL paints it as me being a piece of shit, but they don't factor in that I haven't seen him for 3/4 of the time that I should have seen him the previous 3 or 4 years, and that I was just complying with the orders. So I ran with it, and I'm kind of glad I did in the end. And that's on her for not being there. So we had to have an ICL conference then as well. They start trying to do mediation as well, like somehow they're going to fix anything. And again, we put an offer forward like two weeks prior to try and give her a chance to respond. So we're going in there so we know where everything is. Man, she didn't respond until the day before on a Friday at 5 o'clock. And we were like, my barrister was coming down from the north of the state. Like, no, we're not doing it then. Like, she's just screwed around. Sure enough, in the ICL's court orders, court documentation, I pulled out of the mediation. It's all about me looking bad. And then we move on to the trial affidavits, which are monstrous. Like, there was like 600 pages of trial affidavit from her, and it was all out of sync. It was just scattered lies. It was just allegations beyond, like, you can't even comprehend in some. I mean, you can't, but until you're in it. But the people laugh at when you're telling them. Like, I murdered the dog basically because I had to have it. It was 15 years old. Yeah, because I had to have it put down. I mean, I was holding his hand crying as the vet put it down. But in the affidavit, I murdered her.
Yeah, of course.
Domestic violence on the dog as well.
Story.
Just little things like that. And her dad and her mum and her friend just put in like 1-page affidavits. It looked like they were written by the lawyer just to back up stuff. And one of the ones from her best friend, the one that lives up here that she was coming to fly up and see, was that after that incident where I raped her, she called her in the bathroom that afternoon, was told her that she was pregnant and that it was all going to happen, you know what I mean? And that I raped her and all this sort of stuff. And it's like, okay, you're building this up pretty big now, which is starting to sort of help, because it was all tying around to this May 13. You've kind of mentioned it in other ones. You're worried about like helping other people out there exploit the system more because of things coming out. That's probably one of the main things she fucked up as well, where she locked it to a single date. Because then we just needed to be able to prove that date didn't happen.
Yeah, that's right.
So May 2024, we have the first trial. I get into the stand. I'm saying,
cross-examine or whatever.
Yep, I'm doing the oath.
Yep.
The very first question from her solicitor: "You've been to war, haven't you?"
No, of course. Here we go.
How many deployments did you have? Where did you go? Like, somehow that's relevant.
Yeah.
Something that was 10 years prior. is relevant. And so I'm answering these questions. I'm singing. I've got to sing in the microphone some of the songs I sing to him because in case they're like negative. And I get to like that first sort of break. I'm in the stand all day, and then half the next day as well. It's epic. I talk to the police through the chocks, and they're sweating beads after an hour, and I've done 900 questions or something. Anyway, that first break, man, I'm sitting there, and the judge goes, "All right, you got to go out to the break, go and sit out there, it's a toilet break or whatever. You're still under oath. You're not allowed to talk to anyone about the court. This is all pretty common. Anyone who's been there would know. Just go and sit out there. Don't say anything." So I go out there, sit down on my seat. The ICL walks up. The ICL's barrister walks up to me, and she's like, "You come with me." And I'm like, "What?" And I look behind, and my lawyer's sort of sheepishly sort of following. Just kind of gives me the nod. Okay, go into this room, not much bigger than this, small, half the size of this. She sits me down on a chair, stands over me, and says, "You need to accept what the mother's saying." And I'm like, "What?" "So you need to accept the mother's offer. All you're doing is putting the mother through more trauma." And I said, "I'm sorry, but I've been through quite a chunk here to get here. I can't do that." She goes, "Well, your 3 years is nothing. I've been in court for 27 years, or 20 to 27 years. You're never going to get 50-50. There's too much conflict. You're just putting the mother through more trauma. You need to accept what the mother's saying." Like, she's standing over me, like, just smashing me. And I'm almost like freaking out because I've been under questioning. I'm under oath. I don't even know I'm allowed to talk to them. I'm like, are they just going to get me on some technicality and disqualify me or something? I'm looking up and I'm like, "I'm sorry, no, I can't. You need to go." And then, no, my barrister actually said, "No, you need to go now. This isn't on. You shouldn't have been doing that." But imagine how many other dads she's done that to. Rattle him at the start, make you feel like you're going to get hammered, and she just comes in, stands over you, and demands that you accept the mother's offer, which was like 9-5 or 9-8-10-4 or something. She gets all her leave, all the holidays, all that stuff. So I stood up. I said, "No, that's not what's going to happen." Go back in the court, and they start hammering me for depression because I've told them that in May that time I went to the GP and I'd done a CBT course. "Oh, you refuse medication," things like that. I'm like, "No, like I didn't. This online course was fine. That's all I needed. I'm pretty robust." What about these times back in when you failed selection? You were depressed. You spent 3 weeks there. You've had times thought about killing yourself. And I'm like, well, I've studied philosophy. I've studied suicide is part of that. We talk about it all the time. Sometimes I'm just joking. Like I don't have good topics when I joke. It's a common thing to joke about back in the day. Like, especially in the military. No, this isn't an issue. So they're grilling me on that. And then it gets to the question about the rape. They read out this certificate so you can't incriminate yourself. If you come across it, they read out a certificate. Your heart's like pounding through your chest because you're like, "Fuck! If I say the wrong thing here, they're trying to trick me. Could end up in jail for a little bit." And they put it to you on May the 13th, 2018. You raped the mother, and she subsequently fell pregnant. And I just said, "No, I don't agree. That's not what happened." "Well, what do you think happened?" "Well, I think I was laying flat on my back, and that's how the impregnation happened. I don't think it was May 13th. I can't tell you what happened on May 13th. I'm not that good."
I couldn't tell what happened last Wednesday.
Exactly. But this is the bit. This is the bit where it sort of gets really good because they questioned Jem, and the questioning they put through Jem was bullshit, all about her ex-husband, her stillborn, all this sort of stuff. Nothing's off limits. They're searching him up, like trying to get his like criminal records and stuff while they're getting questioned. Her support worker was sitting back with her. They got support workers holding her hand, clapping every time I got grilled, taking notes and passing them to the lawyers to help them ask questions of her. None of this is ethical. None of this is right. They're not there for that. So eventually they get past Jem, and they shouldn't have she didn't deserve that. And they get her in the stand and straight up, "Oh, did you know you'd been to see the doctor for depression for this CBT course?" "No, if I'd have known that, I would have had to rethink my orders." Boom. They adjourn everything. I've got to go get a psychiatric assessment. But both parents need to get a psychiatric assessment, and we both need to get out. All this stuff needs to get subpoenaed, basically, our whole history. My history is easy. Since 17, I've been in defence. You can pull the whole thing if you need to. Like, remember the fishing expedition that I wasn't allowed to get any of this stuff that we knew was going to come out anyway. So we break out, and that's what basically happens. We got to then go to the ICL, give them all of our staff for her to subpoena. She subpoenas mine straight. I think I even provided my docs as well. It's like, "Hey, here's my docs. If you want to subpoena it as well, because you need to do it properly. Here's all that." she doesn't provide anywhere near the full list of treatments that she's had. She has gained documents and got rid of them before because she knew that they were going to look damaging. And again, we start having to fight. Hey, you haven't subpoenaed her SAS, sexual assault support services documents that happened before. Remember when she came home and said she likes women now? That was when that appointment wrapped up, the 1.5 years or whatever it was of therapy that she'd been going to. Somehow that wasn't relevant. It was too personal. How could that be too personal when you pull in my defense documents from when I was 17 years of age? So then we finally get the stuff. We get a SAS docs. Basically, she's perverted as fuck. Like, she's thinking that when I'm having sex with her in the house, that I'm looking at the baby monitor at the time. She can't change his nappy because she's worried about touching him inappropriately. This is why I had his nappy rash, not because he was lactose intolerant, because she wasn't fucking doing like adequate work as a nappy changer. And this is where we get her medical documents too. So we find out that her last menstrual period was actually on the 14th of May, 2018. So the day after she supposedly got pregnant, she had a period.
Oh, fuck.
So it's like, now we know that's a lie. Now we know that your best friend's lying because the actual pregnancy occurred, the actual conception occurred late May, and I had broken ribs and cracked sternum from football. I couldn't even freaking there's no way I would have been able to be on top.
Yeah.
So it sort of authenticates my story more and more and more, all the stuff that's come out. And this psychiatrist was like, he was proper, like, if you can imagine, like, socially awkward, that kind of guy. Man, he was just by the book on everything. His report was so thorough. He assessed all of these materials that we're able to get. Comes out of it, he's like, mate, this guy doesn't need medication for his depression because that would just numb his emotions. That'd be a bad thing. And yeah, he was a hero in that stand as well because he was the only one who was objective. So now we've basically found out that the rape didn't happen. But then Gems, from her legal strategy psych, Gems found her partner online. He's some American sailor. So that whole legal strategy document where she's got PTSD at the term deployment, she breaks out in cold sweats sort of stuff. She's dating some US Navy dude on deployment at the time. So
which is where they're asking for if it was an older day where you are.
Yeah, that's where that ties in. And then the treasure trove of all of his Instagram posts is just pro guns, pro Trump. I mean, none of this stuff I actually really care about. Yeah. But in the context of the court that they were trying to put on me,
yeah, that's right.
Fuck you. So that all come out. We got to put that towards the family report writer, and she even stated that, that's of concern to see that stuff in a partner. Probably isn't a good thing. And then from that, the judge refused to make a calling on the rape. The judge was like, it's not my place to say the rape didn't occur. But with the evidence that I have, I lean towards the father's evidence. From there, man, got 50-50, but it's got to transition to 50-50. They can't just go straight to 50-50.
Build it up.
Yeah, so January next year, we go to 50-50. And then I've got final decision making. So if she tries to, take him overseas, I can say no, basically. I've got that ability to say that. And on really the aftermath from that is that obviously debt. You're in debt, paying off lawyers that.
How much you spend in fees?
Oh man, 170 probably at least.
Yeah.
She spent more. She actually, before the second final hearing, in between where that psych was, she dropped all of her legal team and went for the 102N Alpha, which is a free barrister, on the basis of domestic violence, and they're not allowed to question each other. Well, the judge said no. So this judge had read the psych report before she made the reading, and this is where I think your story you missed out. This judge read that stuff. This judge gave dads every time in those hearings, like, when you hear them, they're talking to the people before you. She gave dads chances. Go and do a course. I want to get more time with you. She'd say to him, she'd say to my ex, why isn't this evened out yet? Stuff like that. Like, as much as she ripped us to shreds at times, and she always gave it a chance, and she was objective. And even the last, that ICL's barrister at the end was trying to convince her that under the subjective feelings of the mother, that she still felt like she was coercively controlled, that she had to conclude that she was therefore coercively controlled, and that I'd perpetrated domestic violence. And the judge refused. She said, no, I'm not going to do that. That's not objective. I need to take objectively. I've got court child experts, and I've got the psychiatrist both saying domestic violence didn't happen. it didn't happen. And thank God that judge, shout out.
Mate, to all the viewers and listeners out there, we're running out of time, so unfortunately we've had to sort of fast stream the conclusion part. So I do apologize to you, Chris.
Yeah, no, man, I'm sorry.
No, it's not your fault. No, we're juggling a few things here that has got to head off. But look, I'll try and ask you this conclusion question before we do. So you've come to 50-50, but it's in progress.
It's coming to it, yeah.
Well, was there anything else important there? Note there. I'm sure there's heaps of stuff to talk about.
Nah, not in that aspect.
You got a good result in the end,
yeah,
which is building.
Yep.
But yeah, sorry to cut you short.
Don't be sorry.
I've got 5 minutes left.
Yep.
Mate, before I ask these questions, the pros, any other important key points?
Just, we'll go for the questions.
We'll do questions, yeah. Mate, look, first question, any advice for fathers? Knowing what you know now, would you have changed anything during the court process?
No, I just played by the book. Actually worked in my case.
Yep.
If you're going to go with a lawyer, find a good lawyer. I'd say I would have been locked out if I went there self-represented. They wouldn't let me ask those questions that needed to be asked because it's trauma-informed court.
Yeah,
they care about her trauma. They didn't care about mine or Jem's trauma.
Yeah,
they're straight happy to ask you about war. But the moment you start talking about a false allegation of sexual assault,
that's right.
You got to walk on eggshells.
Yeah.
So in some cases, you do need that representation. This is my opinion. You need luck too.
Yeah,
I needed the luck. I had a good judge. I had good representatives.
Absolutely.
I also say having someone who can also read through the affidavits or things like that, where it's really emotional, where like Chris couldn't.
Yeah.
Having someone
I was drained
with different eyes as well, who can see like those little inconsistencies. And look, we just had luck. He was conceived almost the same time as when she claimed the conception happened.
Yeah.
And their due dates were completely out. And if I hadn't have noticed that, Chris wouldn't have even been looking for that. All he was looking for was
because we got tunnel. We get everything gets blurred. I got my best mate to read, so he picked up on stuff, and I was like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah, and same thing.
Yeah.
Like I read all of her affidavit because Chris couldn't.
It all becomes a big blur, and then when you're doing everything.
And I needed the female perspective. My lawyer was male. My barrister was male. I was male. There's no way I would have picked up on conception dates and 40 weeks pregnancy and stuff.
Explain it to them over and over that couldn't have been her conception date.
Yeah. So, and then you're up against all the other women, so you can't be expected to know conception periods and cycles better than them in the room.
Exactly.
But they didn't look at that shit because they weren't interested in facts.
As you can see, guys, we're juggling a few things here at the moment. It's all good. How do we change the system?
Yeah, accountability. There's got to be repercussions for crap. It doesn't have to be jail, but how has she got no repercussions for this? Or any of these people that are up against it? Objectivity. The only objectivity I got was from the judge and from that psychiatrist when he had all the information before him. If they had that 2 weeks in, she'd have nothing to stand on. So objectivity needs to come into it a lot sooner. Protection. I think protection for those that are under scrutiny within their own job. Police,
absolutely.
army. I mean, we've all got clearances to hold weapons.
Yeah.
The government trusts us to protect the community. Maybe a protection that they're entitled to 50-50 with children from the get-go because otherwise they would have lost their job by then.
That's right.
If they're bad people, or in some capacity, and that's not even just military members or police. Really, anyone. If you don't have a criminal record, 50-50. Separation. I'm going to record that there's been a separation. 1 week from now, if my kid's not returned, then this is going to start now adding up on you. Something like that.
Mate, if you're on death row, the guard asks you what you want for your final meal, drink, and dessert.
Gem's stew. She cooks stew sometimes when we go up to her dad's shack. She's got to cook it in her track pants with her hair all messy.
Yeah.
I still got to be able to watch her cook it and then just eat it.
Dessert?
Probably just Woolies mug cake.
Yeah, they are good. What strategies or tips helped during the process that you could recommend to any listeners?
I just obsessed over it.
Strategies,
try not to, I went to the gym, the music, things like that to cope. And then I just trusted those around me and called on them.
Mate, last one, take your time. Any message for your children?
Obviously, I love yous. I love yous all. Obviously, I'm probably doing this more so for other fathers that are going through this shit. It's more be aware that they can take you off enrollment forms and stuff with the sob story, and you've lost all this access that you are unaware you don't have. And if it had got to court and I hadn't figured that out, then I wouldn't have been shown enough care, sort of thing.
Yeah.
So hang in there, whatever you're going through, whether you're not going to see them again for a long time, or you're fighting to keep seeing them. Hang in there. For obviously my boy, you always want a man. This is the time Dave Stamp. Don't believe anything that comes out of her mouth. If it ever turns sour, it's all bullshit. And also, don't forget this woman who's been beside me throughout today, because
Take your time, brother.
at best it would have been 6 nights a fucking fortnight with you going away whenever the fuck she chose, with all the say, because of bullshit allegations.
Yeah.
And fucking Jim was there.
Sorry, Jen, we know we're just, for the viewers, as you can see, we're juggling a few things here at the moment. Just, yeah. And did you want any message for your children? Take your time. This is the last question.
Stay kind, because I know that helped us a lot through this. And yeah, be kind is a big one in our household as well. Try your best. Look, like crappy things happen in our life, and we just have to keep trying our best. One step in front of the other, no matter what you're like facing.
Yeah, beautiful. Well, real quick, I'll finish on a funny one. What do you want for you're in prison? The guard, and you're on death row. The guard asks you what you want for your last meal.
I would want. My nana used to make a. It was a choc, peppermint, moussey thing.
Oh yeah.
And I would want that.
What about meal? Hot meal? Hot meal?
Something broccoli and
Broccoli.
Yes.
We're supposed to finish on a high. I'm finishing on the low here.
Broccoli with steak.
Okay.
Yeah, I love broccoli, like ridiculously so, and I love a good steak.
Yeah, okay.
Love a good steak.
Well, look, sorry to fast track this. We've run out of time here. I know you've been juggling the young fellas as well. I appreciate you guys coming on, but on behalf of the Broken Fathers podcast, I'd like to thank you both, or all three of you, for coming on, because I know you've taken time out of your day. You pay for flights. You know, you're staying at accommodation, so you come on to tell a story. Hopefully, we got most of it through there. I'm sure we probably missed bits and bobs, but I have no doubt that it's going to help other fathers out there and other partners that are going through it too. And yeah, I wish you guys nothing but the best moving forward. And
thank you.
Thanks for coming on, guys.
No,
Thank you.
All
really
good.